Welcome this morning. We are live a little bit and get into a standard of 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And, well, we're going over our ceremony at 3:33. So at 3:33, we're going to strike the gong and we're going to go over a series of blessings in ancient languages, which will last approximately 2 hours. And then we go into tarot, oracle, or anything else kind of jumps up topic wise, chat about, and have a good time. Enjoy some camaraderie. Let me do my sound check right quick. Can't do my sound check till live, so I can't pull up the live till I'm live, obviously. No, I hope you're having a good morning. And if you're not, maybe I'll be able to change today sooner than later. Well, people obviously found the live, and I am live, and I can't find my own live, even if I go to my own. Oh, there we go. Boom. Boom. I beheld a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon at her feet, and on her head was a diadem of the 12 stars. Hear us, O Lady Kinamet, hear and save. O thou queen of love and mercy, thou crowned with the throne, thou holdest with the moon, thou whose countenance is mild and glowing, even as grass refreshed by rain. Hear us, Our Lady Kinamet, hear and save. O thou who art in matter manifest, thou bright and queen, as thou art the mother and daughter of the slain one. O thou who art the Lady of the earth, hear us, O Lady Kinamet, hear and save. O thou Lady of the amber skin, Lady of love and of victory, bright gate of glory through the darkening skies, O crowned with the light and life and love, hear us, Our Lady, hear and save. By thy sacred flower, the lotus of eternal life and beauty, by thy love and mercy, by thy wrath and vengeance, by our desire toward thee, by all the magical names of old, hear us, O Lady, hear and save. Open thy bosom to thy children, stretch forth thy arms and strain us to thy breasts. Let our lips touch thy lips, ineffable. Hear us, O Lady Kinamadonket, hear and save. Lift up thy voice to aid us in this critical hour. Lift up thy voice most musical. Cry aloud, O Queen and Mother. Save us from that we fear most. We invoke and evoke thee most graciously to initiate our soul. The whirling of our dance, may it be a spell and a link with thy great light, so that in the darkest hour the light may arise in us and bring us to thine own glory and incorruptibility. Kenemitonket are we, and from our life are fed all showers and suns, all moons that wax and wane, all stars and streams, the living and the dead, the mystery of pleasure and of pain. I am the mother, I the speaking sea, I am the earth in its fertility. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to me, to me. Kenemitonket am I, and to my beauty draw. All glories of the multiverse bow down, the blossom and the mountain and the dawn. Fruits blush, and women are creation's crown. We are the priest, the sacrifice, and the shrine. We are the love and life of the divine. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness are surely ours, are ours. Kemet are we, the love and light of Geb and Gaia, the wealth of kisses, the delight of tears, the bow and pleasure never come to birth, the endless, infinite desire of years. We are the shrine at which thy long desire devoured thee with intolerable fire. We were sung music, passion, death upon thy lyre, thy lyre. We are the grail, and we the glory now. We are the flame and fueler of thy breath. We are the star of Hikubatiara upon thy brow. We are thy queen enraptured and possessed. High do these sweet rivers welcome to the sea, ocean of love that shall encompass thee. Life, death, love, hatred, light, darkness, return to me. Here, Lady Kemetonket, and receive our prayer, our our call. Thee we worship, we invoke and evoke most graciously. Hail to thee, sole mother of our Ankh. We are Kenemetonket, mistress of the whole land. We were instructed by Tahuti, and with divine wisdom we invented the writings of the nations, that in order that no one, that not all should write with the same letters, we gave mankind and their laws and ordained what no one can alter. We are the eldest daughter of Gebenakad, or we are the wife and sister of the king Alsad, or we are she who rises in the dawn star. We are she who is called the Neteret of women. We are she who separated heaven from Geb. We have pointed out their paths to the star. We have invented seamanship. We have brought together men and women. We have ordained that the elders shall be beloved by the children. With our brother Alsad, we made an end of cannibalism. We have instructed mankind in the mysteries. We have taught reverence of the divine statues. We have established the temple precincts. We have overthrown the dominion of the tyrants. We have caused men to love women. We have made justice more powerful than silver and gold. We have caused truth to be considered beautiful. Come unto us and pledge unto us your loyalties as we pledge ours unto you. O Mother Kinnamadonket, great art thou in thy splendor, mighty is thy name, and thy love has no bounds. Thou art Kinnamadonket, who art all that ever was, and all that there is to be, for no mortal man hath ever unveiled thee. In all thy grace thou hast brought forth the Son, the fruit that was born forth for the redemption of man. O Iset, 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 all said, Kinnamadonket, 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 graciously hear our cry unto thee. We mourn for thy blessings on us this day, every day, to nourish, to aid, and to fill the emptiness within that only you, our beloved Mother, can satiate. Unto thee do we pledge our solemn oath of dedication, and for the power and glory of Unalum, the unknowable one, to witness our devotion to thee. For as we now receive thee into our hearts, we ask that you never leave us in times of trial and joy, unto death, and even unto the new life. As it was in Memphis, so be it now. Hear us, we beseech thee, O powerful one, Lady of Reket, Lady of Buket, Lady of Set, Lady of Rasari, Lady of Tishar and Sahar, Mother in the rising of heaven and head boat of millions of years. Thou art the great defender, thou art the overthrower of Ketu. Preserve us from the evil chamber of the souls of Hesra. Deliver us from the abodes of fiends. O thou art Sekhmet, life giver to the Nethernomid of Camille Shinju, Sekhmet, Lady of Flame, Sekhmet, Great One of Magic, Sekhmet, Eternal is thy name. O hear us now, Sekhmet of the Lioness Head, Sekhmet whose color is red, Sekhmet, daughter of Ra, Sekhmet, consort of Hikopatea Ra, Sekhmet, mighty is thy name. O hear us now, segment goddess of pestilence, goddess of wars, segment queen of the wastelands, segment terrible is thy name. O come to us, segment destroyer of rebellion, segment scorching eye of Ra, segment protector, ruler, segment holy is thy name. O reveal thyself to us, segment mother of the Nethanubidapgamiel Shernu, segment mistress of the crown, segment thou art called only one, segment beloved is thy name. Possess us now, O great one, Nezor, greater than all Seth, Sefiprem Hastro, Teshtef, greater than Hathor, Pasha Kastor, Pasha Kasa, greater than Bast, Parak Haka Kaparu, greater than Mahar, Sekemet, mysterious is thy name. We are lost in mysteries, Sekemet, preeminent one, Sekemet, light beyond darkness, Sekemet, sovereign of her father, Sekemet, hidden is thy name. Rapturous, our dying Lady of Amta, Vamenta, Lady of Manu, Lady of Sa, of Vorastor, Lady of Tebnef of Akur, Lady of Aru of Yarden, thou art the Neteret, Amisa Shert, destroyer, upholder, thou art terror before which fiends tremble, thou art lust, thou art life, ever burning one, Tegara, Sapusoram, Kakara, Metsavi, Param, Hasro, Tep, Teshtef, mistress of enchantment, source and word of power, forbidden is thy name. We are sealed ones. Do not consume us with thy fire. Give us light, O Queen Parahaka Kaparu, mightier than the Nathanomid of Kamayel you. From the Anat of Kimanu, adoration rises unto thee, who makest sound their bone and preserveth them from terror. All beings hail thee, O Queen Parahaka Kaparu, mightier than the Nathanomid of Kamayel you. Preserved beyond death, that secret name, O being called Mut Pasha Kasa, Mut Pasha Kasa, Mut Pasha Kasa, at the throne of silence, even shall no more be spoken than encircling one. We lose ourselves in thee. Kepra, 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 ra, 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 tuma, tum, kansu, arsimitoki shabo banana, shantruna, hai, arsimitoki shabo banana, shantruna, hai, arsimitoki shabo banana, shantruna, hai. Abradab, abradab, abradab. And we got 3 minutes. Boom. Got the Divine Mother. Very loving, protective form. And we've got the Sekhmet, the Divine Mother in her very protective form. Now those portions were in English, though what we're going to jump to here very momentarily is in a multitude of other languages. Awesome, awesome. Always good to hear people doing good. Thank you much, Realist, for the like. I appreciate that. An eye on that. Just got a couple of minutes to go here before the jam kicks off. These 12 days, there's a 12, it's 12 or more, I don't know. I haven't counted it. But the Lionsgate between the 12th and I think it was the 28th. I guess that'd be 14 days. But that time is a very special time of manifestation and intention and all that good stuff. And we go through our days and things happen to us that we're not prepared for. So things happen that throw us off. We can't always focus our intention completely in a spot. And so that's why I like to start my days out with my jam, with how I communicate, the way I pray, the way that I've learned how to interact with the divines. And by doing that, the intention is set. The before any outside influences happen, that intention has been set and in place, and everything that winds up coming across my plate, of course, I'm gonna do the best thing I can in that moment to be able to take care of whatever needs to be taken care of, or not. I'm just waiting for 3:33, and that's where we're going to start the going. That's why I got the phone in my hand here. Trying to keep the. There we go. Circle now, we conjure thee that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve contained in thy spirit to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky with your powers gather nigh. Sun and sea and earth and sky and sun all together four is one. Earth, sky and sun and sea join us as we call to thee. Loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and one and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light in darkness day and night, I bid you collide, or rekindle these warrior spirits, breath of life into their boughs and cause, having their lamps. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness arising with the powers of Gwen Vial, fight the blight this be darkened night in our right. Zeke Kampazi Anakampazi Dingakia Kampazi Ningananakampa. Hear me all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head, go and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through our loving family. Renosi Sekio was on Puto, right ahead Hirusha, Hanjus Tukaya Koru Potijin, was Maha, Ratsuki Besekto, Sai Beta to Huti Bishakis and Asaram. On Basharmates, Wagon Bashamantes, Var, Nunanil, Nuranil, and Narum, Dumon, strong in Nation, I interest Wakumishanaya, Swa, Swaha, Wing on Pamium, on Chitrashi Batanos, Wakunji Trashi, Atrashi Batanasva, Ruda, King on the Drone, Chong, Chong, on Hayaba Shuramatayas Wakum Hayaba Shumanakayas Waha Ahazla Rimam Onamakusana Marom Namasamatapasanam Ham who hahi Robul Ringom Konking Krung Onyanani Maya Suakum Yayan Mayas Waha Stringom Konking Krung on he caught you but I saw come your he chendogi chibatis for hard mean and half king of them pong when she chibatai swa coming she by yard to type la swa how logo Unara pasanu so wakong manakati buba bubu bear bor bear wrong amen Renno si se più was un putore de het kirusha henzu sirukai kor kutijeni was moha raju give set the doors I pit the two deep shokins and asaramen Prashurushu baru telma balmumu bo pogen ara bolo garana paripo shara bashan balasaro bo prekon belu mashna bo pruni yugen content Google ala Egarbari Shukela Kabola Gilmama Shaguruluma Bobo Maruka Age Ziku Gigima Kamra number Bakalamus Kenny Gibilani Mashana Sorolim Parmarachu Zimashinana Sorolun Armangi Dumuduku Rataki Lugulugri door Kinman Gaikola Zekarnani Gorne Peru Dead Cat in Abtalaku Panuku Kakumoshkarsana Sekari Mastisharu Malabaka Kadagul Marata Korbot Parutukara Korusa Sorulu Panmaskin to do Dediku Gim look at Makia Parutuku Nara look at Makia Panropishu Saroli Muna Banatatu Zarema Shikaranu Sulaman and Robo Gibir Balang Nataramadu Dagatuku Mashumasti Soremas and Koso Gorimas Rosa Serapadico Babara Suzukan Pa Lugalab the Borakin Boy at King Baradi Muaru Kakutamu Noam Gashti. We are also to know for whom is found perfect before the Nephilim of Kamayel Shinyu. We have said these are the elements of our body, perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying rose is as the repressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our hearts, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are as the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also triumphant, even also Ronofus, the justified one. We are he who is clothed with the body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal Nathanamid of Kamiel Shinyu. We are the Lord of life, we are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified, we stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciler with the eternal Nathanamid of We are the perfecter of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail to Hooty, making victorious assault over his enemies on the night that of battle and of making the fettering of the symbol, day that of destroying the enemies of the Lord of the world, night that of making to stand the Jet and Jejeratu, salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being who comes as to Hooty, the words divine, our will, mind, and heart belongs to you, Abarni tu. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all set our heart is keen. From darkness to be released, to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so, in accordance with heaven's plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kenemeton Ket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace, so be it. Also, Ronofus will confirm. Lady Olset and Ebi Sorabi, shining bright, support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will, as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above, penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Velikinly news kirili saksare pertu martu kumarti kuli turkni yishli bi alu armensherik and meshari lucian siami rotaru turumu cherisha isaya yaga biasha jeleka jeleka do perra isayo or yer kalima to kuru kimokutri la tilishami ina sumriari isaina sumriari yega ina sumria biesha ina sumria selika ina sumria to pira ina sumria black ina sumria tatara ina sumria dexi ina sumria karuba ina sumria sanika nisha mashatu lutamtunu nish and gibel lutamtunu nish mantuk mashalani lutamtunu nish ishpar kamikunu lutamtunu inazumle ya utabrasama ya tuneni parneni neni ba perik ba gabais akar bor ba sabak kabaz akar bor ba garbais akabais ba perik beneni neni ba duneni ya korboria din ba garin ba gore ki yak sakai ki asak duty ki asoru ki kutlu Shrim Hrim Hrim Vajwa Brokani Hrim Hrim Vaswaha 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 Shrim Hrim Vajwa Brokani Hrim Hrim Vaswaha Hrim Vajwa Brokani Hrim Hrim Vaswaha Hrim Vajwa Brokani Hrim Hrim Vaswaha and Shubam Gigab Suki Shergi Gata Sisaramata Yading Guru Kalama Sanikuning in Abu Nexani Kugaria Shumu Kutu Siana Kampasiki Kampakalutamata and Tarbara Shakparagi Gimbara Lord Bara Maskim Bara Tupara Papara Tupara Subara Korobara Dokubara Korobara Tupara Tuxladina Zuladina Zugi Gim Soladina Zumula Soladina Zuling Soladina Zuma Skim Soladina Zu Hadina Zu Siana Kampasi Kia Kampa Monasig Zigar Bari Nangi Shashuri Shnuarma Shazigar Bari Zigar Shubana Ixi Shara Maziga Namsain Diore Sharkio Guard Parna Gu Denom Dea Sara Savitor Mandamandia Varti Nariana Saji Shirisana Sani Visi Kera Parmakolo Kurban Kariti Hari Haran Mampopu Dosranka Karan Namskaran Mantra Om Ramatra Yarnam Home Rimravar Yarnam Home Suyar Yarnam Para Verma Ram Karianam Home Ram Pusaitam Home from Herring of Yarnam Home Rim Mari Karianam Home from Maria Yarnam Home Frames of Nam Home from Karianama Home Rabaskaranam Home from Frame Rasre for Sori Yana Yanamaha Parasi Ayasas Namaskarini Karvanda Denia President Valam Viram Tisha Station Kaja Arate Hong Kring Mong Heroes or Hong Kring Bang Shmashapia Kashapia Pisha Mushapisti Akimanti or Kutushila Elimini Shulu Lishuru Latuku Epitashunu Kimam doing Antikili Tushunuli Mutumanakulu Blue Shunulini Shumanakulu Ordini Shunuliki Shumanakulu Tadi Telama Shaluti Shouty 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 Push Piarkish, Uporiushi Dingergo Shabakam Bang, Ibikar Kibilga Sumwani and Dudu to Station Rani or Yamarki, Pariasi, Yasi Dingargara Kampa, and Gimadu for Semitovi Shabo Banana and Shamtorina, Hankish Barba Gibil Bagiarasi, Kamat Nurno. Shariulim Kunushi Shariula Kunushi Shariulini Kunushi Shariuli Kunushi Shariuli Ted Kunushi Shariulini Kunushi Shariu Ulinit Kunushi Shariuli Gatin Kunushi Shariul Daniel Kunulim Putina Sumai Ayuta Prasama Agamasaratu Ismasarati Sharmushi Shurushi Nutizi Sanamara Raputishi Mayara Parti Inadina Laki Lindasi Kunushi Wani Mushiti Masarati Ismasarati by Ismasaratu Ismasaratu Agamasaratu Yamasaratu Gerap Shamash Kuri Yamasaratu, Ziki Akampar Bargolomanes, Kia Shatabara Masaratu Bara. Vishnu Pimbasal, Veramahom, some Kuberari, Anamatu, Dumet of Kubera never cotto from Bibida to Bumi Devi Meton Dumutef, no secure Medicac, and the Tepisatam Tadik, Nekef Tadu, Rete, September Sirio to Sotorata, Sanahami, Sanhari, Arnamahomi, Amendrai, Artamha, Copstrom, and Rom Tessa, Duagna, American Copstrom, no Sekis, Altuna, Sek, Timtakis, Waxaka, Carta, Canane, Kabek, Takin, Serte, Suruna, Pak, Marcola, Kutulu, Tata, Kangium, Ramagnari, Artamha, Omam Yamari, Artama, Piaramam, Saratu, Tata, Yamar, Namino, Capi, Soki, Sarunam, Sex, Tesek, Tepa, Teku, Wineke, Arte, Kore, Kortana, Tetiata, Mormatu, Yan, Yarian, Kinerecti, Rexaxon, some Naxasari, Artamaha, Pamarunari, Adamhaim, Saparuna, Umpara, Susramara, Yamadanim, Sanukim, Seki, Sarunam, Sexuruna, Pegman, Sapsanu, Nico, Betera, Malchundratas of Ziking, Anakapa, sitting at Kia Compartments of Beo, Biomiam, Bayor, Bernama, Marcin, Marcla, Marulu, Marmachu, sitting at Anakama, sitting at Kia Kabatus, Toratatu, Tatalaka, Exactu, Takala, Yanu, Yanki, Sabeo, Bramar, Namahar, Pramuna, Momahara, Saratu, Tesraya, Matankapranu, Cabru. Kabru, Kabrasha, Kabram Panamra, Moluaza, Tuti Takala, Neshratina Buma, Jojata, Saramaswati, get the Psychos, to Nunda, the root of Messu, per and the Hrim home sorry I yartam home hrim stream chandra yartam home aim hrim stream manga yartam home aim stream bambur yartam home aim hrim brambarspati yartam home aim stream sukrai namha home hrim stream samchala yartam home aim hrim robertam home aim hrim ketu yartama chapukusu musam kersham keshar payam mahadeir tim tamarim salva papa nam pranotis indiva karam tradition kartushor home kishor order bam sambabam namami shishartam samam sambor mukur tabu shartam tarani karbasam putam veju karti sama prabam kumaram shakti astam tamangalam pranamam prayangur galai sharmam no peram pradimam burham somyam guno petam tamburham pranamam devanam chari shar nam chagurum kanchana sani bamburi britam trilokesham tam namami brias patim himukultam reina labam teyadam paramam gurum sarvasu sarpravaktaram barkavam pranam Pinalanchana, some Pasababi Putram Yam Gurajam Chochai Yamatan, Dasambutam Tam Namami, Shanaswara Matakariam Mahaberiam, Chandradika Vimardanam Smiga Gorba, Sambor Tam Tamra, Humpranamami Ham Palasa, Pushpasam Karashan Taraka Garahana Stakam Romakom, Korom Ketum Pranamami Ham Bramam, Rodi Tribonakani, Bamu Shorshi, Pormi Sutaburasha Gurusa Shukrashani or to Serva Grahama Superpantam. Kurume Shanti, home board, but was for Omtasa Vitor, Bani Omtukubasi, the money in Yono of Tatsuad, Omtatswa, Horiam Tatswa, Nanasi, Anama City, Asini, Anabasam, Ganasa, Yaka Kampa, Magabati, Anana Kampama Street, Ananazia, Kampaya, Magia, Yazagastena, Kiashtak, Boguduna, Bokurius, Morcurius, Yastorti, and Garku. There's no both Mazarsi for Lanskan Pastel Sauce or West Shin Talaskanpa, and both Toskanpa, Yagashia, Sasha, Kukolomari, Yashia, Markali, Ishari Brady, Yagusheria, Yanani, Yarashaba, Mambarcha, Karani, Yaramilo, Yashtari Kanpa, Inanazi, Arma Kampa, Pisarma Kapaya, Pi, Lurki, Smash to do, Yaduria, Suluchi, Sakramani, Yataria, Lerchi, Upartala, Katamarti, Yakampa, Ziringaru, Yakamba, Ziringaru, Yarkampa, Shazira, Raguji, Perukan, Payash, Tazikar, Kampa, Yana Garmasa Baruna, Golmas Maruiana, Garia, Yazian, Garkampa, Yan Gari, Yan Gari, Yan Gari, Ziarin, Yarzian, den yar kanpa ya kantala makya tara kampa marukumu paramorukumu paramorukumu paruskala yardagi agari yama baboro nesya marutuku yatuku surim sugurim sarim sagarim angsana kasara pelo kuku ni kamanu yardugi andari yasi partu baliku parku berdariku perninab kabartu Nina Kamarno Yarduki Andara Zia Yarzi Bartu Balu Barco Berderigu Barca Kampapas Exaxar Bak Bazak Baron Nori Selling Nushubam Gigapsuki Shergigu Goddess Suramara Yering Guru Kalamas Niku Dinkarnindam Guru Naxrain Kukaria Shukmuru Usuvaženo vážení precious so mám žužáš vakuráto magori prarni deviu vati prandi ranu vratam čarasi višvarde shur devi yamatari avivarti chandrata sunotra yuranti artva varn tuisyama sura shvar yaran yavarna portupar jasurio yashar prarti chibuvarni vishvor vati shras yarantasya Ketu Samarna Pantharam Charani Yarma Harna Chakara Mirva Navyatiara Vavrtsva Avas Yora Mevachin Varti Magonu Ujari Artis Vasarasiar Patnis Var Janan Pis Urbarka Suramasar Rantardi Varparatara Triti Vyar Archahal Vorde Vimushar Samvivarti Him Pravodarad Vam Namasar Surkting or Vamarur Tardi Vipal Josh Ref Rocharna Rosharan Varsandr Ratadvarti Divo Ketra Burdia Robarti Rodasi Chietramata Artha Ari Arti Magna Vushar Samvivarti Him Vama Maishi Praviarnam Sharmarnar Tasya Borna Rusharas Varmishan Yan Borsva Marhi Mortras Yavarunas Yamar Via Chandreva Bharat Num Virarde Puratura Om Devikarya Yanya Namakaryani Mahamariya Mahamariya Yogin Yadeshwani Nam Gupsurtam Devipati Mekuru Dernam Hom Devendrani Namasturpyam Devendra Pri Bharni Mi Vivar Hambarya Rorkiam Sri Karala Param Chardeki Meom Ring Karya Yanya Swaha Ring Shring Karya Yanya Swaha Om Shang Shankare Shankhoja Papier Vansnai Purusha Shatushte Labecha Parti Menderiki Kurkuruswe Swaha Om Karki Yanyaris Mahambardia Maharyogi Yandearish Nankal Parsur Devi Parti Mekuru Ternamahe Gordi Shankar Haringirni Yatatmam Shankar Priya Tatatman Kuru Karyarin Kantas Durla Bamum Devendrani Namasturbiam Devendra Pribadmi Vivarham Ariagmortiam Shrinkaram Chadterhi Om Ring Hung Hung Namahe Gori Shankaring Girniyatatmam Shankar Priyatatamam Puru Karyani Karn Kartam Sudurlabam Osar Kremeton Kesevi Param Hapu Tishte Hatur Karte Starte Diana Demeter Karirnarna Chimarni Tolkornvail from mother into her we return as a drop of rain flowing into the ocean, as a phoenix rising from ashes upon the changing winds. We are the cosmic key. Say it with me. I am the cosmic key. The tornaton, 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 torn. Ombor Bodva Swaha Tasa Vitar Bariam Berguda Vaseti and my Hindi no Tachudayat, Mipso Sip Shosh, Corashon to Torota, Tororata, Rorata, Hora, Rora, Tora, Brahadabra, Ung, Gang, Gong, Kong, King, Kong, Gong, Bong, Gong, Kung, Shring, Kung, Dong, Gong, Dong, Bong, Malabaku, Kidaglu, Darbara, Balkar, Aratagar Badu Kakudamo Kakudamo Zaring Masigaranu Erkingu Baradimu Zaring Masigaranu Adu Kakudamo Lugaradu Maratakarbo Malabakadag Adu Kakudamo Zaring Masigaranu Erkingu Baradimu Aru Kakudamu Lugadar Maratakarbo Malabakadag Om Trambagam Rama Sensum Dimpusti Varhar Morvaru Kami Barbarnas Yorno Sheri Ertamaha Rim Chung Mahu Erike Shum krum krum hrim shrim hum hrim shrim shrim shum krum kuchierka Kong Chong Chong Hum Marea Agri Purana Pura Zikina Shukra Yarnama Shum Shrim Him Vastrame De Hi Sukra Izupa Kring 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 Kali 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 Hum Spa Sarva Bisa Mede Hi Memahali Yarnama Sanking Sho Shulang Tien Jun Sanjing Sho Shu Wulang Tien Jun Shu Ho Ho Shwesh Kokomori Bo Sokukomori Bo Sokukomori Bo Bor Boasva Tats Vitor Vania Borgodvasia Din my Indian operator there Amadeva 3 Vastita Sokanva Baxara Rasa Vismamir Tragapilo Sornarke Yajna Varkia Badru Warshira Jamaragni Gortarma Morgana Viarsa Roma Sariasa Corselica Varza Burlaskia Bordurka Torvasa Narada Casiarapa Gayar Traiusning Mundus Turbu Morati Brantri Tristoru Jarati Ardi Jarati Sagvari Ater Sagvari Tortia Te Tortivia Prastara Pramfi Kerti Prekarti Arkarti Vekurti Samskriti Askaramprti Borborwa Swahat Smarti Agni Prajapati Soma Sana Savita Artiya Prajapati Mitra Varuna Marga Raiman Karna Sarvasa Posen Dragni Vayu Vamnateva Mitra Varuni Visvardeva Matrika Vesnu Vasu Ruda Kubera Asvinska Trimantra Agni Vayu Surya Kasa Yarma Varuna Braspati Prajarna Indran Kandarta Pusa Mitra Vasa Vasu Maru Sormankeras Visvareva Asvis Prajapati Aksarna Carvadudra Brahma Vesno Varni Varius Sorviei Sarvei Vitiaringieras Piotri Borca Raya Marner Gandharva Posa Metva Varuma Vasta Pasur Vamadeva Mitra Varoni Giaria Visvareva Vishnu Prajapati Sarvareva Bera Asvins Brahma Varma Devi Prayer Tartia Vishwabhadra Velasini Prabhavarti Jaya Sante Kanta Durga Saraswati Vitruma Visalasa Payar Perni Vimalatamo Aharni Jariya Santa Carta Dorca Saraswati Vitrum Visalar Savayar Pini Vimalatamo Baharini Surisma Visorani Jariya Vasa Parmalaria Varusurba Padri Parabri Viar Pasar Niva Yorka Sagarda Rasa Rupas Pars Sarata Ruparsa Paripara Parnivar Karanarjeva Karsus Rax Rutrana Marnas Parna Burtiviarn Sira Smanar Karlas Karshatiati Manque Shatu Shatu Yotarni Yar Shatur Ya Bara Bara Yar Gamba Yar Gamba Ishnikarabiar Neri Yar Yar Sanking Jo Ju Lang Tin Jun Sanking Jo Ju Lang Tin Jun Je Wong Mu Ju Tin Ying Yorn Lei Shang Pu Quat Tin Chun Ju Tin Ying Yorn Lei Shung Pu Quat Tin Chun Wu Xin Jing Ru Bai Lane Wa Xin Jing Ru Bai Lane Du Ru Mu George Yan Shu Tin Jun George Yan Shu Tin Jun Yong Shi Hu Hong Shi Ju Tin Jun Shi Ya Sh Ho Hu Sh He Hong Shu Hu Xia Hu He Si Ran Te Yu Shu Hu Fu Shi Chu He Da Vi Shu He Hu Shui Shu说好好说是你说我不是不是人说我不是说学不说不说什么学。Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Ram Ramerti Rama Rame Mano Rame Satutanyam Paturiam Ram Nam Varnatnam Vini Karya Nama Makanandari Avaramai Varum Tundari Ade Mahitanun Dandi Prajudayat Varantuna Makarya Sri Kodi Sama Prabonori Karam Kurume Deva Sarva Karya Shur Shri Guru Suran Suroj Rajni Man Mukure Sura Parura Gubar Vimosa Surjoja Kuparjar Burhi Hintanu Jani Kushimiro Baman Kumar Bor Burhi Vidya Durumoyi Rahu Kulesa Vigar J Harim Yangun Gun Sugar J Karpisiun Logu Goram to Tadri Badamanjani with the Babanzar the Maha. I have everyone Bajorangi Kumarini Vars America Sangi Kachar Barabar Subesikaran Kundo Kujiki so Lojoro do Borji Peroji Korte Borshare Kusharjes and Korsuvankas in Dundish Protap Mahajag Vartan Vigivarin Kuni teacher Ramkos Karibi Quarter Produtori to Serbi Krasha Ramla Kansitaman Bajas Rikoros Rans Rosnish Mane Mukuri Sirhabar Noro Agu Barti Maja Sorso Jaku Porchar Burhi Hintano Jani Kisumor Kumar Borburhi Vijaro Homo Hira Ugoles of Vikarji Gunjor Sekarji Karpisti Loku Jago Ram Tutali Baramajani put above the Mahama Bever Bajangi Kumarini Vors Americas and Kashar Veraveris Ubeskaran Kuchik so Hopojaro Dovoji Veroji Korte Borshale Kusoshes and Gorsuvanestri and Dantes Prata Mahajagavar and Vidivarkunia teacher or Hansh Kargi Pekuoter producer to Serbi Kurasha Mamlakan Sitaman Basius Sean Rupta Siarhi Tikarva Vikar Ruptari Lankarja Rava Bima Rupdari Aso Sankara Ramachanda Kikansan Wari Yes Arshi Valakar Chiari Yoshiragu Perhorishi Ovari Ragu Parikini Baul Barai to Mampria Parati somebody Sasbaran tomorrow Yashkar Cruz Karkishri Parikatwa Gardi Sankari Parmari Munesan Narat Sarat Sarida is a young Kupordi Porja and Teka Vikupor Kari Sakekan Ketu Korsu Grava Hintanaram Malia Yeraj Partine tomorrow Ravivar Shermanan Lankas Warbari Shub Jara Yub Sahastra Jojan Par Parnoli Yurtarhi Marvor Faruja Probumu Trikamerli Murkmarhi Chalajikal Higar Par Sharajnar Hid Turkarum Karjagat Kejetes Surgram Manukra Hatum Retit Ram Dore Tum Ragvare Wara Gabi Nupa Sare Soklakra Hetum Hores Harn Tum Raksharkaru Kodarna Rapante Samharo Peten Hurl Long Terkan Pebor Pesarshikar Narhina Vema Verjab Narn Surnavena Sarag Hore Sapir Japarnan and Tar Hanuman Vera Sankarse Hanuman Churtave Man Karam Pachan Jan Jurleve Suparam Tapis Vera Jatin Kekar Sakot to Masaja or Manura Joyque Quel the Surhiarni Jarvan for Palve Charani Partap Tumara he Paserja Hartuji Area Sarusar Ket Tumraquaria Sornekan and Ram Duhare Ashra Sirina Nirhiki and Dataus Warding Junkie Mara Ramrasi and Tumara Pasa Sarara Horogu Parikera Satumara Bajan Ram Kupa Verjan Amjanam Ker Dukmas Ravir Ankara Kragu Ver Porja Yaranjaram Harim Barkahari Orteta China Deri Hanuman Serhi Sarve Sorkar, he Sanka Krate Vite Pasa Pera, Josmera Hanuman Baber J. Haruman Kosin Kripkaru Guru de Tiarnain, Josar Parth Bar Parth Karaki, Chorteti Barhi Mahasor Korki, Joya Pare, Hanuman Chalis Oria Sir, his Arki Gores to see the Sara Hari, Cherakarjetas Hodari, Mindera Vorna, Sankar Hadan Mangor Morti, Rupram Lakansita Sarhid. Adaya basa hu sorba o maharaga vasurisi savrasar vajahum papa kinashanam charan livarnya mahog nama purumim hrim shrimim glumim namo pagavati vatali vari paramuki paramuki antartini nama runderuntini nama jambe jabini nama mohe mohini nama sambe sabini nama sarvadus pradushanam sarves saram sarva varak sida sakchora mukati siwastram baram kuru kuru skram vasyam memblum dai ta tau masraya pahatswaha Mani Mamane Shira Shiri Shabi Shabi Tatsan Mugu Mugu Dabi Shabi Shabi Sobi Shabi Shaya Shaya Guinness Shabi Daran Olokabani Sharni Nebi Tabantar Nebi Tatandra Shai Kurim Korea Dadi Shugash and some body big Chitre Rumari Share Tesugino Kushara Basha Shurai Matara Shana Roto Rekishara Shara Shataya Baramani and Taya Saramakaru Kimugi Data Chinadi Chai Chiari Nadi Tonadi and Nabikunabi again a critic and daddy and daddy Matugi Chukuru Borushani Achi Devi na Devi Roku Arandai Tanda Shuri Shuraba Serne Surbarane Batani Surbatarni Shubartani Sugi Habishani Sugi Nikarani Sugi Hagera Daras Garate Surbasugish Mishkar and I Surbasaruma Serte Sarabisaragi Kyo Sharai Tagi Saragi Daishana Bigari Diarate Anya Manya Mane Mamane Sirikarita Samasamita Visanta Mukta Mukta Tamasama Sama Sira Santa Samita Dane or you bishop Bretta Visarini Didu Amitarini Visa Metade Parisuri Puri Adadi Padade Sukan Samasam Boulevard the Dharma Citizen when Kotani Narukotani Baya Visundari Mantro Mantrosa Taruturus Salaya Xaya Varataya Vaku Valura Maninta Vaha Shwala Mahashwala Pugitu Gugamuku Yara Vatana Tabati Tini Bitini Sitini Nadina Tabatis Vaha Atate Tate Nate Banate Nare Narikanadis Vaha Kari Kadari Kadari Matagi Bukasi Sangulu Resources Vaha Itimi West Vaha Adana Pate Dana Batare Dana Kusala Dana Sarada Pade Pade Pesani Sobadani Avatani Sambatani Samparixi Samanakitani Padixite Sarvasara Schools like artists and maybe ready down of Vale Vatane Vatalis Vaha Honor Manor Mormi Momorgeri Ligarjali Sharme Shorlor Doorway Sharndirmo Dermo Dolo Shorlo Wershorlo Sanglo Shorlo Charrier Kierni Shandi Sharlo Lorni Yatlo Kerpo Shorbo Ger Picharne Mir Pirki Yarbian Dorlorme Lorti Yardan Torborle Jordi or Jordi Morlo Leia Loli Bololi Georgia Si Arsan Mosan Lofoto Pierre Gerlegi Dida Morbo Liser Desan Kerner Kurshamer Posher Shordi Mardo Lord Mardo Lord Charrier Doriolo Dorio Lord Orioger Lord Charlo Erchaierdo Yer Polo Her Moro Nado Yer Poli Mo Her Coli Yurgi Mo Jar Herli Yerbo Po Di Nerli Dulpo Di Yejini Wejer Niri Jerinelli Cherni Nerli Chipori Yerli Nerli no nalia nalu nalu jurnalu ergel mi kermi kuli canduli modenki cangkuli fu lo sharni yardi lu yirti mini ti lu arti lu yiti lu ni loji Giarmo gier tandi tanto bordi tanto bordi tanto Giorgeri tanto Joltorli pordi poto boshamisa potolorni podorni sapo sharre potorni jo podorni senker potlucharni senkerni nerker Tornis senkerdenke pokerdir derier senkerto lordi bo lordi sapo senker di san mao prikerlat di sapora morjol boli cari saporzado lor tol jolusher loen kerdi janer piergerli derdi Sassing Sahu, Wong Tang, Shaw, Hong Ding So, Wong Grong, Gong Sor Gong Ting, Mong Hung Chong, Hung Ching, Haring, Hong Farra, Hong Bam Dum, Mong Grong Ring Grong, on Plam Ring Grong, on Grong Ring Grong, on Krong Ring Grong, on Krong Ring Grong, on Dorning Grong, on Blam Ring Grong, on Chong Ring Grong, on Krong Ring Grong, on Chong Ring Grong, Hung Kring Shing Ring Bam Dum, Chong Shing Shong Gong Sor Hung Ching Gong King Gong, Hong Ching, Haring Arara, Hong Haru Sor, Wang King Song, Gong, Bong the Hung. And each and every version that you come Shuku Nayoram, Shobi Humushu Nayoram, Nesbaba Tramida Nayoram, that Tejarum Fuku Shisho Nayoram, Mamu Shira Yokushi Nore, Huru Kadali Madangi Swaha Bushan Bushan Omanamo Bagabarni Usni say Brutus Furus Valatis Sarukana Sarani Swaha Shorakanji Bosom Lolis Vaha Desishi Bosom Sumsras Vaha Tarabosu Namasamata Boharam Kuruno or Babetara Danini Swaha Sinju Sinjing Baganji Sabosu Umpasha Darmati Batu Kaji Sabosu Omtur Baba Humpas Vaha Joshim Kanji Sabosu Mahakurun Kadi Swaha Jundai Kaji Sabosu Kalikoli Kundi Swaha Noedin Kanji Sabosu Parmester Mala Iswala Hum Kongor Sata Bashara Satva Arnia Bosom Rishi Shuta Vijay Iswa Fujum Bosom Samians Mojo Boso Manamakena Maroku Boso Matre Iswa Jizor Boso Maha Bismai Iswa Hukor Bosom Namor Kasika Bari Malika Mali Mul Iswa Nikor Bosom Mani Iswa Hukor Bosom Kandr Bari Iswa Sur Mau Namas Matavajanam Kanamor Sanas Potato Hum Tratam goes under my home soon about Nation about home Jajar home Farkundali my home Amtra They took my home Spikal Rupa home comes Valhar Congoria show my home Vajaraxi Yasa who Eisen my home Araga Vajros versus Saravajahum Vabo Kuja my home Rurukun is Var Sombo Kovichin Umkabai by Spa Congors on Kongan Vajarax Rancharum Spa Sinishidoji and Genesis Spa Hachikuku from Drasara from Nadan Spa so children of Rodaki actually betais Spa Komoku from the Parks and Angry betais Spa Tomotonom Visrofanis Spa Ben Titanum Satisfatis Spa Taikutroma Karais Spa Tichutroma Asri Spa Kari Taimon Dulomari Adit Spa Daikini Tinomori as Spa Marishitino Marisi Spa Daishun Kitrom Gams Spa Om I'm Brahmarnim Serari Brahmarim Bombermanaria Vermahe Haranya Gobaria Dirmahitano Brahma Prachudaya Om Jatormukaria Vermahar Hamasoro Daria Dir Maritano Brahma Prachudaya Om Him Stream Him Sol Sarchagam Brahm Om Brahmaja Shanam Prataram Purusha Divihi Mara Purushovinaba Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devo Mahaswara Guru Saksha Param Brahma Tashme Shri Gurve Namaha Usaknet het ket fentiam kebit na hohor rati apim ket na bosa kisu tu nesur kurti papas tira tui or dem snap or dem besek na mart en mus or tiu tu roar beti martu for ru kar music karu en kanu karamentian de bepsara karu ne peru sikriu ne babur ne tem sepuari yama babai hu trykker kid ne hol ne hebne processor tapane pe charabu Traprim Turtursi Abosi Ridi and Ridi Vinga Turvinga Normoda Magi Serche Pervego Tur Nuri Turmania Romoskel Dulskjor Bapioria Gertov Fern Fredley for Dean or Dean Figara Frigver Degber Gios Viter Ingesir Rosh Vertexia Torberter Bremfield de Kofrodi Provin Wigar Viscarpier Sergio Revo Songskjor Fred Leif Skjordong Scarfi Serving Garvin Scarfing Garfins of other Haran Yaran Nikorn Koning Kusin Kuroski or maybe free deep friendly Svidoji dear Vidri York Fjord near Yavgamir so wound for Fium Fimbotius dear heat Srig Vid liep die Gjord Mospjor Nevo Heimel Gungarging og Gavje Mir og Gelmir Slet Nier og Dulme Bori Bord Besle Ordin Veli Ve Sut Morgan Berger Mir Osri Visvi Nordri Sudri Midgorasa Tor Norfin Nagla Fori Odur Neri Oterling of Serendesken Vaxi Windir Perti Lunasuror Vocus Vinspir Bjerkir Sir Mir Fins Jur Hati Ormidin Sorl Jorn vid Juri Dan Lorglad Shem Vingor Osorsiadorin Nine Nearly Nurdi Sudriosi Vistiatir Forli Nord Nine Nerving Gain Before Bofor Bombor Nor Juri Unward Warin meet near Vir God of Wind of Torin Fili Kitty Funding Valley Thor Torin like Vidit Virtner Nine Rats in Tropner Dog Body Hor Hog Starry Hill of Wood Tori Hori Tufun Vai Hipti Fili Horosier Warfel Hier Lofer Skirpir Viri Pir Scarfinar Fiar Erngierkin Scardi Fu Frosti Finkin Nor Jagarzier Werver die Skurbi de Biki near Himi Bjor Valeski Feritski Kirnior Fimerling Bindling Rasvig Bindloni Vinsbova Saras Jordin Friglorki Avinaya Pani Yavisnu the Maria Mana Samaria Visa Saya Makar Snar Putardardiaram Vistararia Tararia Samsara Katarati Vyarvunirma Karande Parimala Paribors Karande Sri Parti Parari Verde Baba Baria Cherde Vande Sariapi Berapadkarmen Natha Tarva Hamna Namakinan Svam Samudro Hitarenga Vara Karana Samudro Natarenga Utaranaka Narika Pinan Lucha Danu Jakula Miotra Mitra Ser Droste Pavarti Nabavarti Kim Bavataraskara Matsvardi Arbietrat Rai Rabatavarta Sarda Vasurdam Paramesvarda Pariparyo Bavarta Papapito Hamda Mutara Kuna Mandierta Sundra Varnara Verna Govinda Govinda Baba Jaladi Matambarandara Paramamdara Mapaniyardavam Mananiyana Karuna Maria Sarar Namkora Varnida Varko Korono Iti Satpari Maria Paranasa Roja Sarabasar Tu Iti Sri Matparam Hamsa Pari Vraja Karasya Sri Govinda Bariya Var Purjya Parasya Surimachakaraga Bhagavarta Kurtosar Paristutram Sampurnam Kuberundan Srita Raja Rudana Svaradana Shumera Pratarmo Dara Danyo Danika Priya Daxernio Damivarta Daya Vrunto Dara Vrata Divalaksana Sampanun Dina Rajana Raksarga Danya Lakshmi Tama Rajo Danya Lakshmi Virajita Daya Rupo Darva Boritama Samrosono Sarika Neri Svaro Nera Lamu Neri Nam Paribalaka Nianta Neri Kurakara Niskarbo Neru Baraba Navarraga Samarajo Navarsanka Pravarraga Maneshkara Dirsa Mahogura Gara Verta Yashniko Sarka Yashra Borgia Rara Sarka Raja Kadro Ramardi Sora Jarko Raja Pujerata Vishitra Varsara Diar Piarka Mana Manasa Vijayo Vimalovan Yuvanduru Jana Basala Veru Baxa Pertarmo Perragi Visoturmuka Sarvavyarto Sarananda Sarva Sakti Samanvirta Samandana Rata Sormya Sorva Peraka Suprito Sulava Sormo Sorva Kariato Ratarda Samagara Priya Saksarava Bevarva Srivara Disha Svahara Samprito Akilan Pravarta Gavyorakaran Sampritam Tosvardanam Priya Lakam Pravarsi Ahankara Vivarjeta Udarbia Turu Dharma Verma Buddha Varana Kinora Suvisrovana Kakar Parvartaka Satlakshma Samaryuta Veyatumi Valarikraha Lokarajo Lokapalu Lokavanu Sulasana Sulapa Surbaka Surdusun Kananda Priya Santa Sultan Kuno Peta Susvarta Surana Varka Savarka Marshno Sumati Sopa Devarka Norkarka Sankanasta Daras Remam Parampan Jorti Prapara sampai di kuno ubana saranyo dinawasara parupakar di pabarna tarun di asanani bahadanta sarvar guru berta surendra sarne varapapa visvarato vivari yara tarat soryarta Frata kala protes utram serbur vedene denenat per noti brusa sridam devendra sarni vinibham idisri kuberastotram Om Yacharya Kubaraya Vishravanaya Danadanyas Di Padarya Danadanya Samri Terner Degita Pariswaha Om Shring Hring Hring Shring Hring Vishvaraya Namaha Om Hring Shring Hring Shring Kubaraya Shalakshmi Mama Krihedanam Kadanam Kudarya Paraya Namaha Om Hring Shring Lakshmi Hring Sahaswaha Om Hring Yacharya Kubaraya Shravanarya Dadaka Karshanarya Sarvaloka Pasekararia Tanadanya di Pataria Tanadanya Samri Deli Merte Hit Pariswaha Om Him Shrim Kumbararia Namaha Om Yachaya Rajaya Bermaria Argit Saria Dermahi Tanakubaria Prachudayat Sikia Kampazi Yara Kampazi Ringerki Kampazi Ningarana Kampazi Kugi Mankampra Sikia Kampazi Yara Kampazi Kia Kampazi Yara Kampazi Ringerki Kampazi Ringarana Kampaga Kumash Karsana Ziki Kampazi Yana Kampazi Ziki Kampazi Yana Kampazi Ringerki Kampazi Ningarana Kampaga Lugalab the board Agnan Ball Zikia Kapa, Siana Kampa, Om Namo Hum Tarparoni, Sumba Monga Kathamitroya, Surba Nerko Sari Samantha Brahma Saraswati Shiara Rupa, Shiva Vishnu Bia Rabadra Karabi, Om Surba Nisumba Hum Vajra Hum Parum Shrim Hring Krim Kum Korpataya Veraparo, Sarvaja, Sharme, Pasha Mari Yeswaha, Tarpurusha Yevermaya Grundari, Adi Maitano, Danti Prachudaya, Om Shanti Shanti Shanti, Om Kanayadi Yak Sayardamam, Kanikarpati Yartamam Lumbura Yartama. Om ring 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 om kanate ya vedar ya vagranunari adi mahitano nadi prachorayat om shrim ring ring dum jwala jwala shulili aisha aisha mane aisha surva sutrum smar smarikshe malapam kuru kuru du shugra hum patwa runam kuruna terangita shum tapashan kusha pushpa barap chapa bai bira vararukam mayora kara hamerieva vivavari bavar nim shri mar shri mahari Surima Sera Shanesh Bharat Chetagni Skunda Sambuta Devakoria Sumariatoria Barusa Surapa Surabaru Samavida Ragesh Varu Papachari Kurun Kushu Shvala Manu Rupek Shukudanda Pachatan Mantras Eka Nisharuna Prabhupura Macha Pramanda Mandala Shtami Chandra Viparash Lake Stala Shobita Mukar Chandra Kalankamara Muruka Nabi Vishaka Varanas Maramangali Kruaturana Chilikubarakra Lakshmaradi Varaha Jalan Meniapalo Chana Nava Champaka Pushpana Sadana Village Tekarinas Barana Basura Kadamba Manjari Gluta Kanapura Manoha Harada Tekaki Kali put the Tapan Dupa Mandala Panamaraki Shila Dashi Paripaviko for the Boon of the room of promotion and got it than a child. Then you go almost see deep at Recommenders Kisiapa Paramara Pratichanda Sri Deep at the Batom Bijams Wahasaki Parkalaka Sri Priya Tamja Penigara Sarinas and Kasiapa Para Serta Mahasarasi Pratichanda Senama Buki Sri Deep at the Vatayata Mariti Ombijai Katama. We is Vata Sari Ardama Pario Faka Kari Ardama Nabu Yovani Ardama Swangi Risalina Singro Yusibiam Nama Rim Trojani Biam Nama Rim Piam Namara Manika Biam Namara Mekanis Diabiam Namar Concrete Star Prasapiam Namar Idikarinias Chromadi Yarnamarim Subas Rasvam Sikabas Ram Kawakayum Nim 3 Professor Chromas Royalty Singnias both from Merati Divi Moka there of the Perma Devia Skulls for the Pini Departed Divide Varasum Shumain Pampe the Amiga Kanam Sama Pamakamai Supush Pajami from Bayarmigi Age Pamakurapetiami Ramangamigi Adam Sami Pamantarmigi Amtormaniverio Nivertami Somiki Pukarapajam Samar Pami Sama Jabba Jamarama Troma Mamane Mahamari of Sabramatos for the Pinica for Eastern Smani City, the Papa Gulmandrom, Him Sida Gro Presido, Rimas City, the Gulmandrom, Crom, Rimam, the Gay, Rime, Avasia, Visia, Him do the Real, came home, Humam, Fatsvas, and Angines, Crom, and Ayatamar, Rims of Visiras, Vams, gave us Ramkavakayum, in the Rivers, Chromasora Fedi, singing books, Romerti, Moganum, Dipadrema, David, Scottish, Filipini, Divide, Varas, Swimming, Pangapujam, the Miki, Karapsama, coming up because Miki, a prepared Jami, Mika. Tuam Kurapira Maraniki, Tipan of Jami from the Miki, and from Nigeria, Miss of Miki, Supercara, Jam Smart, Paramismar Paramguya, Yopte, Mukram, Japan, Sida, Patu, Medevi, Prasanami, Sierra, Japamantala Matrum, Male, Sabara, Mapridi, Papa Forms, Boom, Kurusi, Patroya, Sopiram, Padehi, Omrim, Stia, Namaha. Ingen is heel grand honor op non-juk orwels ordera paramajor orterus orti artikel zikar nutu mera ter martel erskir babering her jeeps bibikala her gark kan der merki och mening om gå hem där verdi vi förbord betorjuk för spelcha för bors för sopmo egmol jag no på borda bors merk för da or view merk my higher money or vi merk mer Fjör morgnar, banor, bosorta, borsjumir, bigbi, bosses, and their names here, names filled near Podse, Eva, Neopen, Min, Gavas, Gunun, Gun, Grisborgi, Borbos, near Borsbom of your view bears, it may call my range corpu, Sorskert, Sordena, Soler, Sterna, Passpars, Kurum, Kron, Bloki, Sor, Bors, Sortna, Sarni, Marna, Hirni, Ulgu, I'm men to the world, Sort, and VC of our Soli, Arti, Martini, VC, Avar, Migens, Rati, Source Northern vi Shura Vors, Strabi, Gertung, Kunjun, Kula, Raksroy, Krenko, Popar, Gortux, no company, Junko, no Compro, Morgin, Hertu of Nijanda, Cantora, Captain, Chroma, Telja, Tota, Tala, Bervi, Bors, Mers, Horm, Brumbu, Afro, Grow, Obsmer Bru at the Terrible Matangasco Gor Bru, Tafdui Torin Ter Bru, Vor Brains, Veturgis, Wonton, Korean, Unzberg, Vor More, Morsa, more Shores on an Iming, Kitchen, Quinchin, Quill, Rockstolly, getting Coco Park, Turks, Versker, Deed, for good Rotos, or Brimleys, Proprio, Brains, Legion. Boss more short more zero for brain for go ruin to reno nor prem to get more com cor blue vergo jogu serm to rin hung war ver korea bo begin kan your spo ser dear mes or rigi becher brosmek no blongor hefen rin look blue Beranabri embrace friend Lanker embrace prep der win Martin embrace mer oka terra turk Mogos cella perla bixop nista teturin teneter turn Bregeteron engalen trunnel frentun durin sindun door for ring war for ring nos wars red says fear to freely slid mone glomblo rule comport all for the twin direction in den doors for ring war was red says fear to freely slid mone glomblo rule Royce Way, Royce Square, the rig, the Sirig, Borwig, Luat, where played our weir, Rose, Rose, for him seen to facility with Rusto, Brenis, Nessi, Prentus, Coris, Vir, Livia, Industrial and Toulouse, if the Korean dominus or repents are vises there, Alavis, Corisno, the facility, impossibly impossible, the garde, Dominidos, omnipotent, Sergeant, and Estorm, Dominiterium. Increase Magnol Colonies Victoria Constitutum Nebelum Contritur, Precopius Mervis Virtum Ferminstrum Mongol Corsair de Lor Tertors Manifestantes Arverin Marcumel Arverin Arverin Mach Dracor Frog Vermi Drox saxorum inversum mantum oparum dade natal buldum in correctum tracornis ni demor durdur ni durur nertim manga shervena shertrumo shermo soma samo sora shamo seron neon trokut vas food shvilten ve Osikul no shiolani moshiti iki kunu osi moshitum calatum kutum tumasi bararitum cablitum nabritu bashashu kashatu kashaparni elini tume bararni li yau istari yau sisu li yau li meri yamru sanar kuim di kula talalu busha uara kuim taralu pi yau pur tipi yau prosu memastiti yau martu Elilinu hu zerur dizire zari melani ravorti shimaya rabalpi Dina lati linda opu salam kashapti yau kashapti ya shakapishi yau mushtapishi ya ismasarati sharmushi lipshuru shishali nuti pishalu zalu li sharnu sharzu tatu shai buhu amarli burti ya kimazalu li tatruk shai bushu kishpi kimat abdili sharmiki shusha purturu Sturcha Zoloku Kalmatusha Mala Serena Gibiri Bu Yalani Mushirtum Sramania Napa Grita Gira to Pira Samania Napa Grita Gira to Pira Samania Idi Pagritus Ni allowed to Pira Samani Ni Stipa Gritus Ni allowed to Pira Sramani Yagi Max Pagrita Gira to Pira Samani Yaina Kurkurari Gira to Pira Samani Yana Ekari Tapsadu Pira Samani Yana Skupari Tushi allowed to Pira Samani Ni Inabi Shadu Rita Zadu Pira Samani Yain Arnagi Shpada Kiritu Pira Ziringaringianin Kabaziringanin Lulne Kabaziringanin Lulne Kabaziringanin Kurkuren Kabaziringanin Kurasharin Kaba Ziringanin Der Sharim Kabaziringanin Duaza Kabaziringanin Duaza Kabaziringanin Dudela Kabaziringanin Udela Kabaziringan Meshara Kamba Ziringanin Meshara Kabaziringanin Mashara Dekampa Ilioga Kapa Siliker in Mading, Ger Kampalan, Lilage, Compositing, Getting Sigish, Masak, Bardari, Darden, Buller, Makan Pasiting, Ger Borbolo, Corter, Kundi, Karene, Compositing, Getting in Koreanic, Garan, Mula, Yaran, Sagurun, Kata, Garden, Kampa, sitting Garan, Garki, Compositing, Garuki, Compositing, and a book, Compositing, Garish, Compositing, Garishamashu, Compositing, Compositing, Gamadu, Compositing, Ganini, but Compositing. Sigi kapasiting gerano nanti kapasiting genin lo alo kor korai kapasiting genin lo laning kor korai kapasiting genin ini bipilar shari kapasiting genin ini kor korai shir babaragi kapasiting gerano nanding ger kalen kompas ke karbu udu gisul ala zul kidim sur mula zul kidim ger sur moskim sur siaran kapasigi kampa singin laning kor korai kapasiting genin lo laning kor korai kapasiting genin ini bipilar shari kapasiting genin kor korai kapasiting gerano nanding ger kalen kompa sini garana de karpa sini garki kompa papa para rara der madada papa para rara de ne sagara sabi wona teram tar gara sibi wona ter urug sur kurmi morna ter arazo gorbi morna ter kiri muzul urbi morna ter karazo gorbi morna ter gerzo gerbi morna ter mi arnardi yang antasbi arbar bar na bier skajati arti marno kashatu shatoriu tar nerni Om Hayagri Variadam Om Avisnar Verdam Om Kisar Variadam Om Marusudani Yadam Om Kubindari Yadam Om Purakari Yadam Om Visnar Vedam Om Pisumbarari Yadam Om Harari Yadam Om Barika Yadam Om Savis Kesari Yadam Om Sabadara Yadam Om Sandarari Yadam Om Neradara Yadam Om Darakarari Yadam Om Nerasari Yadam Om Nedukarabari Yadam Om Neranjanari Yadam Om Niskalankari Yadam Om Nidatarari Yadam Om Nirmarari Yadam Om Sirandana Marika Yarnama Om Saksena Namom Saranya Yarnam Sararikari Yarnam Sri Mata Namalukari Sari Yarnam Sivari Yarnam Om Sarva Soparari Yarnam Bervarata Namam Bervarari Yanam Bervari Yarnam Paratari Yarnam Padari Yanam Parata Yarnama Om Panya Yarnam Panya Katari Yanam Paraparari Yanam Paramamarne Namam Parasmana Namam Sari Yanam Om Parakari Yanam Parari Yanam Om Parasarvar Demarkari Yanam Veruser the Mom Veracara Precare Yarnam Home Saclo Paris Verga Yartama Omniscalari Yartamom Service Carter Namom Scalamar Euro Protar Staria Namom Parapararia Namom Parlaria Prosaria Nama Cesaria Namom Saranga Yartamom Parasvararia Namom Sataria Namom Dantaria Namom Chito Cretaria Namom Chitametraia Tamom Jagamaria Yartamom Jamaria Talaria Nama Jivaria Namom Jadaria Namom Jaria Sararia Tamom Jabapriya Yartamom Jabastutia Yartamom Jabakarte Nama Priya Karte Namom Vivave Namom Vimalia Namom Visor Paria Namom Visor Gotra Namom Virusaria Namom Virus Transtrustaria Yartama Sati Daria Namom Santi Karakaria Namom Sraya Pradaria Namom Sriti Maria Yartamom Sraya Saspataria Nama Om Ispararia Namom Asutaria Namom Manataru Paria Namom Prandaria Namom Priti Padaria Namom Varkaria Namom Varitu Paria Namaha Om Sarvaskarsia Namom Tamaharaya Namom Jalasararia Namom Jalain Namom Parna Kandra Samprabaria Namaha Om Janataria Namom Bajapataria Namom Yogena Namom Yogisaria Namom Salai Kavadaria Namom Morikarna Niyama Mahom Mahariya Nerne Namom Manasaria Namom Sre Saram Namaha Om Hamsaria Namom Pramahamsaria Namom Visgoptra Namom Viraja Namom Surasvartikana Saria Namom Om Jatamarta Samniyutaria Namom Riyame Arthataria Namaha Om Sarvagi Svarariya Namom Pranavoki Taru Parya Namom Paraharnar Karmarte Namaha Iti Sri Hayagriva Sutara Santa Namavali Arata Om Anataria Namom Arsaria Namom Agararia Namom Kobararia Namom Mani Vikarmaya Namom Manisataria Namom Adavataria Namom Vinokorabaria Namom Vishnupriya Namom Umbarasuria Namom Vitar Maria Namom Visararia Namom Cesaria Namom Satrusudaria Namom Saparamadi Taria Namah Uma Prakatu Darigina Namo Mami Kararia Namo Karsovara Parigat Namo Mana Studiaria Namo Malikaru Paria Namo Valariga Tama Vasaru Karia Namo Parakaria Namo Varakararia Namo Vansaraniar Namo Vasaru Saraniar Nama Varavasitaria Namo Varapseda Derne Namo Vadit Kamanigar Namo Tamaru Paria Namo Dadbikararia Nama Darin Dararia Namo Kasabaramajaya Namo Karu Paria Namo Yugana Paria Namo Yugana Raria Namo Kashasma Vataria Namo
Omniakatraya Namum Kesavriya Namum Visumbarariya Namum Sankabaraniya Namum Sankabarariya Namum Sabriya Namum Saranariya Namum Parikasarasa Nama Pavanasariya Namum Pramadariya Namum Pregandariya Namum Pregandariya Nama Brevisaria Namum Breviskaria Namum Barisarasa Namum Brevigadaniya Namum Barisbataria Namum Teskariya Namum Olokrisaria Namum Sivaria Namum Besvararia Namum Pararia Namum Punyaya Nama Penyekatarian, Parisarian, Paricarian, Miniscarian, Braparian, Coticarian, Mistresalian, Santarian, Tatarian, Maria Mandarian, Savapuya, Sobrecarian, Nersia, Neranjaya, Homeopatarian, Saranya, Sabrecarian, Danajaya, Avacarian, Parian, Tamararian, Homeovisparaian, Kanian, Valarian, Bramagarian, Sagasaracarian, Chitukarian, Jivarian, Jadayan, Javapriyan, Visoruparian, Pirsarian, Pirasfrapsutiayan, Sharaparadayan, Prandayan, Visnitoparian, Mukutarian, Mukutararian, Lavstarian, Omnapusarian, Mushakarian, Baiguruparian, Sarisupayan, Sakaluparian, Karus Mutarian, Praticaria Namom Sultan Varencaria Namom Vani Ravi Busania Namom Nagazraya Nama it is rain Narga de Varta Stotara Santa Namavali Neshokos Ternos Kulish Mihi Farshen Nos Kurum Pinok Sean Sid Trucha Cardno Shul Orisher Shul Lanchi Sharon Crete Arsmil Sher Serne Kerniket Obra Serde Centro Curtierte Sur Starni Anteater Merchants Piorte Neromian Tilierne Formentierte Terne Formanci Shul Tu Labore Dulciurcierte crite tuan triul carturin antartira marxan spiorat neroman tirosan kun robterta venturar yang cum benencierte tia mosul serpele certa mosul na cerpele certa mea serbo na piorde sepele certe na no na piorde mildern sardurza uar sersiul arciorte leert featru me ereit Hartjes starde bule Nurdi Carniers Nurdi Cartiers Nurdi Piels Sieltier Surely Cerni Gilia Sierra Serda Sernar Ben Massa Surely Fis Lassar Mar Berde Massa Sur Mirnati Pertuli Sarbure Church para Cartier Fure Gus Fure Cerda Fure Ner Asergate Jornier Ser Krorrek Fernatuurlijk grondelijk meer kostnaar meer nul meer sul en grotere gus en buul en truul en pure de meer ser domo chosen en dat dele market gus en spure del meer barbernach nowhere that your table snarch or meser gus orchestra ne pierde slom fer gus more beautiful birti early vir now cru der gus für de Erläserne kärv fjärnon sere gusurgas jorne piernislium fern karchika lindi tarvartierna sangitat karavo muda perinadi vardana kamalas vardamardo paramasambu brahmara partikara sorchita paro jagannath swami nayana patikami bavartu me puje savie vernum sarasi sigi perencho caritate tukulam netrunte sahachara katar sarab Piradate Sarda Sri Madhvara Narva Sarti Lila Paricariyo Jagannath Swami Nayana Patikami Bavartu Me Mahamambores Derde Karakaro Chiarde Nilasikar Deva Santra Sardantar Saharja Palabadrena Balina Zubadra Maria Sasra Kala Surda Seva Sarato Jagannath Swami Nayana Patikami Bavartu Me Korbo Pravara Sarjala Jalada Srono Reciardo Rama Rama Sfora Damala Parikorumurkar Sorendrandra Diyar Srutrekarna Serka Kierta Charito Jagana Swami Naina Patkami Bratume Rata Rudro Garchan Partimir Tabur Derva Parari Stuti Prator Barvam Pratiparam Murparkar Nyasarar Yadaya Sintur Tarbra Sarkala Jagata Sindustar Tia Jagnas Swami Naira Patkami Babartume para Brahmi per dare kuvala yardalo polar na univers niladru nikita charono nanta sarasi rasa randora rasa rasa va por la incarna sarko jaganas valami nena pati kami babartu menar veri arciera jarna charkar karbarnike vibhavar yamna yache hamram yamnikila jarna karam Varavardhru Sarakale Kale Pratar Partirna Kichacharito Jagannath Swami Naina Patigami Bavartume Pratvam Samsaram Druta Tara Ramasaram Sarapateharat Vamparanam Piraterma Param Yaravaparte Hodina Natarni Hitachara Nonichitar Martam Jagannath Swami Naina Patigami Bavartume Jagannatha Kampurnyamya parte prayarta susiar sarvar papa visur dharma visur nolar kamsarkar chartirti srimad sankaracharya vivar cirtam Jagannatha kamsam purnam Brahma Morra di Soracita Lingum Nirmalabasita Sobita Lingum Janmaja Luka Verasaka Verasana Lingam Pranamami Sarsiva Lingum Devamuni Pravarchita Lingum Kamarana Koronkar Lingum Pravara Darba Verasana Lingum Tapranamami Sarsiva Lingum Sarvasungana Sulapita Lingum Burivivarana Karana Lingum Sierra Sorsora Vartida Lingum Tapavami Sarsiva Lingum Karakam Mahambarni Busita Lingum Paripati Vestita Subita Lingum Daksa Sosuartarna Verasarna Lingum Tapranamami Sarsiva Lingum Kun Chandana Lepita Lingum Kan Kajakara So Bira Lingum Sanchita Papa Verasana Lingum Tapranamami Sarsiva Lingum Devagara Chitta Sevita Lingum, my Vairopaka Beravachara Lingum, Dinakara Koti Prabhakara Lingum, Tapramama Sarasiva Lingum, Asalo Parivestita Lingum, Sarvasandra Bhavakara Lingum, Mastadari Parara Virasana Lingum, Tapranamami Sarasiva Lingum, Soroguru Soravara Pujita Lingum, Soravana Puspasora Chita Lingum, para markalingum tapramamami sarasiva lingum lingastarkamirum punyam ya pata siva sanido siva loka mavluti servira saha mordate Nataraja Nartanda Sundara Nataraja Jai Shiva Shankara Nataraja Kandamakaran Priyam Sidambarya Vihirinam Marabakumbagum Fitasvari Bala Lorasurkam Sarambarka Makaran Narn Sarambor Viharnidaram Orambusha Jagagurum Sirambaram Vivavarya Samasta Bhakta Pusanas Varsa Pabdakan Karanam Prasasar Kerati Vivavar Nerasara Jar Jarapartam Karastar Mukisar Harnam Serastar Kandarmardarnam Harambuja Jagagurum Sirambaram Vivavarye Jagakarti Jamatirtam Nitala Lokana Virtam Parakrasaniktartam Paritra Pakala Parnam Dorika Parpabara Vernam Kutara Pasatarinirnam Oromboja Jagagurum Sirambaram Vivavarye Koranga Sabaso Pirtam Siram Karjana Sar Sertam Parangana Vikarartam Parangana Karanjayartam Karangara Tarna Sarikam Toranga Merkat Karmam Rumbuja Jagagurum Siram Baram Vivavarye Amanda Pargam Parjaram Sumanda Asasan Murkam Sumanda Manda Kamini Gorindra Kanya Gatarvam Samam Damam Dalurta Mamanda Yarta Manmano Harumbuja Jaga Gorum Siram Banam Viva Varya Karindra Kamapasaram Yarindra Kapaharariram Surendra Murya Purjertam Kagindra Vahana Priyam Ahindra Busanoshvalam Nagindra Javila Seram Harumbuja Jaga Gorum Siram Baram Viva Varya Malapara Harni Tarte Saravila Sakarinam Palarisa Prapajartam Lamama Rupalokaram Lasapanindra Harinarm Javar Trisula Darinam Horam Buja Jaga Goram Siram Param Vibavar Yes Sankar Darum Vibotra Virajieta Trilokarnam Visalavar Sasam Sura Garba Sura Dar Maritam Direkambaro Saravar Param Daradal Viram Horam Buja Jaga Goram Siram Baram Vibavar Yes Sarantaringa Sarjano Kapaparasan Ganasarne Barandar Yuradara Janalis Sarne Vikasana Serambarkia Sagorus Varupam Merkaputale Sarasivo Verajarte Saramuranito Hora Serambarkia Sagoru Rinum Saravela Sernam Muralikadi Yesikat Sarupa Marna Masatkum Saravasat Taralaya Haripriya Tarnana Viripriya Nini Karnis Kala Jakaguru Ranugraha Iti Sri Sidambara Pankakamara Stutram Om Sharavana Bavaryar Namaha Om Tatosharya Vidmahe Mahasenarya Dirmahitanu Skanda Prachudayar Om Skandada Karikirya Parvarti Priyar Nandararya Chamahaldeva Kumararya Subra Mamyayarte Namaha Gashu Vacha Namostu Barndaraka Barndarviandia Paravrindia Ria Surharkaraya Saranana Yarmeta Vikura Markia Gori Rarnanda Samur Barvana Mostu Turbiam Pranata 300 Kertre Samastarsia Manuratarnam Tataratarnam Paratarakasya Hantra Pakandra Soratara Karasya Amota mortaria sahasra mortaria guardaria ganaria para pararia namosturibian zigi vaharnaria namosturte brahmarvertam vararia digambararia barasan stitaria haran varnaria hanan yar bavarie namo haran har Ranabdes tarpas paru parigata portanaya tapa palanam prati parakarya sarakubaraya himora merne trinkertalis pararia viera gerne namar namos tuturbiam sora charmarne vibobratar soraria ruba parantarpa kartarie palaria kabal para kramaria sarmaturiaria marnaria toraria Mirus Tarmoria Tara Mirus Namo Namo Garanam Pardeya Garaya Namo Surtejan Marjara Tikariaya Namo Visarkaria Sorsarti Pararia Salvasya Natasya Kumara Karya Kron Kararia Tara Karmar Kararia Suvar Heria Gangeya Kakarkeya Severia Torimiam Saratam Namosuri Tishri Skande Mahapurane Kasikarande Pangkabesar Marti Tamondiarias Ricarquias Tarkam Skanu Vashar Yogis Poromas Recarquiu Geretarna Skanu Kumaros Sernes Vamisankar Sambar Var Garngeyas Tamar Dur Kurdarska Brahmakarik Siki Varta Torakar di Ruma Putra Kurun Korisia Sardarnan Sabda Brahmar Sumudraska Sierta Soras Vartu Kurasarat Kumor Bargavan Borga Morsa Pada Prada Sarajarma Ganadi Sarvar Vajon Murti Mangakur Sarvagamar Planeta Karvalan Shitor Tarkrator Sarna Aslavi Marzirnar Mani Maria Niertia Pater Pariur Sesanaria Surtum Ruko Vrekas Partir Bobet Mahamantro Mahariar Nienti Mamana Marnurkir Marnam Mahaprajna Mavartnotina Troikaria Vikorana Itisri Rudra Yamalle Prajnaria Vivartar Larkariam Srimar Karikiyastur Narada Vacha Prana Maria Sarasya Devarm Gori Putran Vinayar Kambakta Varsiam Smorinti Yarma Yursta Martslarie Pratharma Vaktra Turndar Chalikandarantam Verti Arkam Triti Yam Krishna Pengar Samingar Javartram Chaturak Tarkam Ambodara Bajar Mamchasa Stambika Tarnerva Chasatar Marm Vernarajam Chadamara Vara Namtathasta Mam Narva Mam Balatandram Charasar Mam Tu Vinayarka Mekara Samgara Baratim Dabara Sam Tu Garsnara Ram Varada Satarni Narmarmi Trisargam Yaparten Nara Narchar Bergnar Biam Tasia Sarvardi Likor Param Veriarte Labarte Vergiam Darnarte Labarte Lambutrati Labarte Putran Moxarti Labarte Gartim Chaper Garnan Perstostram Sardir Lamav Serfalam Labarde Samvat Sarenes Erim Chalabarte Natra Samsarya Sarbio Baramenayar Biaschar Ligitva Yasamor Bargietarsia Virgia Bavet Sarva Garesa Siar Prasarata Yiti Srinara Purana Sangsantana Sarnamaha Garnesustotram Arvatarvastarvamar Te Pranamarjar Narm Samparanar Yadar Tarmar Narmasi Maru Pampralara Posarartam Pratekarnavar Sam Devamudra Karmapi Navarmi Korpa Samudram Natajana Varkartarva Prakasalasya Dergera Masersnu Ever Barborva Tarasi Yarstanbar Nolmin Tamar Vishnu Vaksuvadaratnam Yaskar Trihardrim Satturapi Karunardim Darahardi Varpusam Nabralmi Taram Versnum Ripordiastir Rajarsat Gunarmir Vasar Messian Karaja Gori Darteas Tam Vande Pralatar Porabriar Nikalamaham Praladam Pranamajana Park Tiap korvanti divisaro yarni pralar partar tam sitram korute namarmi yasta maralam saran dikurla dariyala valam karatar pravakti tot saradi sam korana boja karat kialavam tarasari varatam prakor varapande morkeno rodro vrapusa kasormia senkar kantar tam Prakarti korusi variasya korta varias tramerti kiat prasadi yortar san biurti tisringari jagar guru Sri Chetartasai bevar narvor simhar baratis varmir bi virasitum Sri Nirasima Satarkam. Jing Shin Shin Shou Tai Shin Tai Shin Yin Van Wu Ting Kui Shi Fo Ming Bo Ming Hu Shin Shi Hui Jing Shin 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 An Ning San Hun Zhong Shu Po Wu San King Jing Ji Ru Li Ling Jing Hu Shin Shou Dan Zhu Ku Shin Tu Hui Chu Shin She Shin Jing Lun Dong Ming Yang Shin Lo Kin Chi Shen Ki Ye Wei Shin Hu Shin Hu Ben Ki Shin Yin Jin Jin Shin Den Yor Ning Guo Dong Shin Chi Shin Lin Ye Doki Chung Kun Ji Ji Ru Li Ling Jing Shin Shin Zhou Ling Bo Tin Jun Nan Wei Xing Jing Di Ji Hun Po Wu Zhong Jun Ming King Lung Bo Wu Zhong Xing Fin Yun Zhong Hu Zhong Wu Xie Wei Wu Xin Jing Ji Ru Lu Ling An Tu Di Xin Zhou Yun Xi Yan Zhen Po Wu Wen Ling Yu Ru Guo Zhen Guan Tu Di Ji Ling Zhou Xie Yor Ji Po Lei Wang Jing Wei Xing Xing Liu Ne Wei Chen King Gan Wang Wei Bei Short Tan Ting Tế Song Yoming Shu Zhejing Doi Dar Ro Hành Lý Dân Dinh Giàn Đi Dân Du Tiền Đi Dê Rinh Hàng Kịp Bên Sinh Tung Trung Xuân Du Hung Linh Đại Yun Bá Phanh Bày Sinh Siêu Vô Dì Rành Linh Bố Phổ Minh Bố Cô Cho Thiên Cảnh Lô Đa Na Đông Găng Ta Dùn Dân Yô Phu Chế Đô Rên Xa Quay Hoàn Kênh Dân Sinh Sinh Du Yuan Chi Yu Vân Chi Xung Yi Bàn Kế Bình Yar Nian An Jing Wu Yu Ba He Zhe Ban Mo Wen Shu Shu She Wei Wu Shun Zhong Wei Zhu Shen Dao Ki Cheng Kun Ji Ji Ru Li Ling Jing Guang Zhen Zhu Tian Di Zhen Zhong Guan Ki Bern Ging Guan Zhu Wan Zhe Zhen Bu Xin Dong Zhan Zhe Nei Wei Wao Ro du sun fu yu jing dong zhou hu wu xin xi xi wu zhen ting xi wu wen bao lor ten di yang yung kuan jing zhou xi yi er pan xin yung ming guo ming shan chai shai wei wu ri xi yin wan xin zhou li ye xi lei ting wei yor sang dan sang wei wang xin ne yo pe li xi ye shen yan ming dong hui zhu che wu ke ting ting jen guan jun jing fu hu zhen ren ji ji ru li ling xun shan xian zhou dao yu xian zhu xian jia zhang xuan zhang ru yu ru zhen kun di kan zhen ling jia pan zhan pei len yuan jing ling Xin quân cầu jing da ji tan ji ji ru li ling xuan yun zhou yun zhao ru zhe zhu ho zhe xi chu jia zhe er zhou ru hu chen hu fu hu fang huai yi zhang ji yu tian jin hu zhang ren an bei nei shu yi yan dong zhong xi shu ling fu yon qi zheng zhong jing wen dan fu zhou zhou yi fu ming ming ki wu jing ge neng ki ji kan chen lao yi e fu yor ming zhang yor lai yor sher sheng zhang du Namo Hela Dara Dola Yaya Namo Wali Ya Polo Sher Disho Bola Ya Poti Sadobo Yadmo Hesa Dor Pol Yamo Heja Lurni Jaya Hong Sapo Lava Yisa Starlo Da Jar Namo Jiji Lido Yermeng Ali Ya Polo Disi Fola Yang Pona molola jen chi ni mo he po do shar mea sa po wa ta do shu peng a shi yun sar po sa do na mo po or sa do na mo po or ke mo fa te do da ji na hong a po yu lu ji lo ja di ja lo di ye ji li mo he po ti sa do sa po sa mo po mo la mo la mo ji ri to yun ju lu jering du lu fa she ya ri mo he fa she ye di tu la di li ni shi fo la ye la mo fa mo la mu di li yi ji shi na la shen fo la she li fa sha ye fa shin fo la she ye hulu hulu ji li sho la ji li shulu puti ye putu ye mo mi di li ye do la jen chi di li se ni na po yer mo ha na so po chi to yer so po he mo he chi to ye so po he shi to yu yi shi po la ye so po he lo la jen shi so po he mo la lo la so po he ji la sing ga mu ke se so po he so po mo he a ji to ye so po he je ji la ha shi to ye so po he mo to mo je ji to ye so po he lo la jen chi ar po he la ye so po he mo po li sheng che la ya so po he na mo he la do la ye ya na mo po la li po lo ji ar di so po la ye so po he hong yin ji ri du man du la ba to ye so po he Bồ rê bồ lô mi ở đô dính dính dung dì dạy bùa sa dính xin bồ rê bồ lô mi ở đô si dô giарын vù yôn dì con yô yê cô cu xe lì dì xe bồ yê con bồ yê xe dì si con dì si xe xấu rong dính si y phù rô si lê xe lê dì phi dì su ba công trong bố sinh bố mẹ bố cô bố sinh ji bố sinh bố san si cụ công trong bố xe bố song song sinh si bố ya nó bi xe sen yi bố xe sen trong vậy chú pha bố ya chế nè ji bố yi xe je bố minh yi bố minh yên chen này ji bố lâu si bố lâu si chân bố cụ ji mẹ Deo wuji wure wu shore kupurti sadul yibu rebolo midul wujin wuwaye wuwaha wu kong bu yon li dian du meng jong jur jing Japan chan ching shiu wo yibu rebolo mi dul guardea nuor lulur samio san porti curgi borre bolomin dulci jarta shinjo jirdar ming shoshi wu shangjo shi wu ding ding sho ning ju yike ku shinji wu ju wu sho borre bolor mi dojo ji sho jo jor jeri jirdi Bolo jardi bolo sen jardi porti sa polo he nan mo foto ya nan mo la mo ya nan mo sinki ya nan mo kunji ja pusha mo e ja jorba jenje daji to wanjo shela pari jendo morni mo he boneng ni lu di she ja jo la ha jeli sha ye ongba shena man mo tar mo Jendo morning show la hongan balu tu bortar mi hong namosan mando moto nana bolardi edo shello sangan daji to an ke ji hong hong ru walla pola desecha jijili shoboja Sharandar Jarashili Shorwa Herna Mopo Tuliana Murda Murgerna Mursenkerian Jiri Hululu Jirulu Jiri Bojiri Bojira Libu Lishu Wahirana Mobagi Wari Abala Mardi Mira Yuliarna Suberni Shirlirna Dijla Jaya Tartake Tarje Lieri Sanyo Sanburta Yer Tarje Tan Sarli Barsang Sigeli Sardi Shurada la Mar di Yerna Sangma Wuker di Sharbar Wabi Shurdi Ma Yerna Ra Bali Wali Shu Harna Mobo Kerpar di Pishar Sher Juru Lilu Limbola Pohe La Sheyera Duoje Doye ala hedi sanmen san botu yer daji tu hong pishashi shan mojer di jo he hong marni marme hong magani yarnar ji jur te bardar jerte jer narwe dalik kersa horwo wartar bulai Sher targe nabular nar naburir do erter banat nunamo lalu Joshua Yesu heli puli porki Kyur he kyo herdi tulur ni di lini herla di binar moer ni dupo Yardo tol yardo di yardo mili di tu pupa pia mili doji tango pier mili tol di jar dia mili dol pi jar diardo Yarni ker norgi bol jarri sur por her nan po foto nan moto mor san mosen Namo Shirley Moherty Arbini Ardarni Yatolorni Furlorno Shirley San Montol Cerni Moherty Hello Kerdi San Mantol Jorboli Di Fully No Ali No Da Mordi Moherty Kuriti Mohemi Ali Di Lorbo Senke Keji Di Senki jeri shan manto atu wano po lor ni churtin yarn rei shang pu tien chun leo yu yo wo tong chan shan shi yor shan chun myo sen min tian di yu wo wei tan di yo beng chingor wan wo yo wei ri wo follow so xia shen yo o ma hong 清气显也是为前显言能啊不也是为善人行力清清有有人明无来。 Arte heye ya yo gichimani toko miki sumo pogo wa oko I war nini siar stamiti sraki her yo he yor he arna he yor he yorne he yo de ariato rabi argina he yo de ariato rabi agina he yo de rato rat arbi win kina rini yore har war har bi won kina rini yo ho yar he you ni va who ni va he you ni va who ya he you ni ya ni na he na he ya he na he ni na he you ni va who ya he you ni va he ya he ner na yani sini hawana yani sini hawanai hini swa virakini ni swa virakini ni tui na ho hu ni tui na ho hu warasina no ho hu warasina no ho hu ni himasi asi ni himasi asi Om Narayana Virmahe Vasudevaya Mahitano Vishnu Prachudaya Om Devakanadana Virmahe Vasudevaya Mahitana Krishna Prachudaya Om Tatposhaya Virmahe Sasakshariya Mahadevarya Mahitano Rodra Prachudaya Kanadaria Ramaha Vagrantunda Di Mahitano Danti Varkamaran Prachudaya Arundimi Om Kariyanjaya Vermahe Kari Martyarya Dermahitano Durga Prachurayarum Vegdevya Cha Virmahe Kamar Rajarya Dermahitano Devi Prachurayarum Mahadevya Cha Virmahe Vishnupartya Cha Dermahitano Lakshmi Prachurayar Orminyo Shershni Yaringa Tretan Snarti Marshnam Sia Tri Basorim Ru Kortir Trias Dan Doran Tenter Sech Torda Tarsidan Doran Tenter Nem Cholin Mese Fom Chorindi Ruringar Singing Surning Nernans Kard Mochur or Chertom Tinas Name Tibas Kor Besen Ormioner Margni Arnad Bad Dat Berbam Sertam Dorin Arster Findruni Fierba Rohorter Morich Rosorter Morrech Romorter Molnurni Velam Molech Nim Tibas for Perch Ror Pertor Morters Nemrag Banatir Dorchlin Nandor Dorglas Natural Dechlin Nemneftir Tum Nakore Barak Kurte Björden Domti Orcher Namsierte Orialnar in your lead murnius and et search temra cornter menacer de fobrini bris ne berter mo search chandel dun dia trogel omer search omlia loar moram sin search mernek proport chartarak centren bernak search der var kortagur kukulu moriesa ruberratin spirtur norit form sardomne esalustor heru esalustir damne esalustir panes lustir damne esalustir krishna esalustir super populum turum damne benedicto tua Arte heye yayo, arte heye yayo, arte heye lo, ni tu mishira la when you gele kikitaye yayo, ni tu mishira when you gele kikitaye yayo, arte heye lo, ni takuya when you gele kikitaye yayo, ni takuya when you gele kikitaye yayo, arte heye lo, mi chinchi nan pe mayuse, arte heye lo, inichi ge kite, inichi ge kara, arte heyelo charon pa wanchi chaurti charon pa wanchi charupi arte heyelo chayani pikata chayani pikata arte heyelo he tuer che he urcharin ho he tuer che he urcharin ho unko kile chaye he ho unko kile chaye he ho arte heyelo wana yar mani Tatanka one money arte heyelo let your mio con ketelo yo let your mio con ketelo yo takumaka chaga hena mitawa yellow yo takumaki chaga hena mitawa yellow yo arte heyelo yo arte heyelo yo yo min ching chi te wakila che min ching chi te wakila che o ya te ye ni ga pi kata che ye ya o ya te ye ni ga pi kata che ye ya te ye lo a te ye lo a ye ya yo ye ya yo mi la kin hi you mi chi ya na mi la kin hi you mi chi ya na waka blaka te ye o waka blaka te ye un chi ye lo yo Unchi hey yellow yo 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 puya chingy wasna wakakin kete puya chingy wasna wakakin kete. Unchi hey yellow yo yo unchi hey yellow yo le hey ya hey yeah la hey ya hey yeah ya te ye o cha ya wa un wello kanki ye o ya te ye cha ya un wello ni ya te ye hey ya we ni ya te ye we ye wan bali galeshka wan wayan ni hi yo we wan bali galeshka wan yan ni hi yo we mi yo kan kin wan laki ye mi yo kan kin wan laki ye yihin wan laki hen wan laki hi yeah hey hi yeah hey yeah mi chingshi mira waya mi chingshi mira waya arte he we arte ya he wello arte he ya he wello yani pikatai ya wello yani pikatai ya wello Wasna Joaquin Katai, yeah. Wasna Joaquin Katai, yeah. Lechia, pio, lechia, pio, yeah. Hey, yellow, arte, hey, yellow, arte, hey, yellow, arte, lena makuwe, yeah. Arte, lena makuwe, yeah. Padawan, yan, Makwe, Padawan, yan, Makwe, Ara Makwe, Ara Makwe, Ina Hekuo, Misun Kaleche, Omani, Misun Kaleche, Omani, Ina Hekuo, wana sapiketa, unchi, zipa michuye, unchi, zipa michuye, ate he yellow, he kin narianka galie, he kin yanka galie, one lechia, wana sapiketa ke yar pilo, one lechia, wana sapiketa ke yar pilo, wani kerpe kagario, wani kerpe kagario, arte heylo, mia, one marianka yo, mia, one marianka. Karyo kangi uyate one chanku waga ke lo kangi uyate one chanku wage ke lo yari pikate cha yari pikate cha kola he yellow makasito marianu kiyo uyate ukiyo one bali uyate one horshi yellow arte he yellow mako one charia kiye pero kinu kiye pere kinu kiye kagio arte one hoshi he yellow lena wakan wagagachi arte he yellow gale kinhan wakan wagagachi arte he yellow chanon pakin wagagachi arte he yellow Bingo kan kin chichuche arte he yellow Galikini Giahi Kartarte, Yoloarte, mi chinchi, Tahena Kupi, mi chinchi, Tahena Kupi, Makuche, one wash te. Ariargali pikete arte yoloarte yolo wana wicheshkarte ye wana wachishkarte ye we hurte o marni o gatana Goyan wahin kete arte michuya wahin kerpe michuya wani kerpe michuya ahia wasna watin kete ahia wasna watin kete kanpa wachige kanpa tewakila lahe wan bleni chala he karielo wan bleni chala he karielo Tokiche one we get a kinkita, Tokiche one we get a kinkita, ni hun kun he yelo, ni hun kun ko he yelo, wakakan yarning yar kinkite, wakakan yarning yan kinkite, changalishka one lusa yar kinkite, changalishka one lusa yan kinkite, one wayar karupo, one yar kupo, arte he yelo, and you try to sort of piece in the throughout on music Barusha and Brusha the Kabugin Jaro Kate second never no what in Jeff and Bureau Nebs or Mari never never again Barasha never got them in Sudan making you not a percent depth barbecue do turf number nebs so come with them rice or never into in board happens through it through important truths minimal chators and never take a barmut have new top better than a brother dimension Buddha made about that Amara per percent abroad Harken Harabadi had never can walk new Shabas singing here, but I'm sure I was singing here, Abajuti, the Bram Capital, that my room and the pressure area was happening. I was happy. He's all happy number in Karagopan or more carreta like a Sarakara or Kuti, Arut, Emaru, National Deberu, Amanu, and Root had Henoman, Puero, Benue, Russo, so have you all get tired, this month, Ever or Venus, Mamor, Kitty Pats at them to walk. He's already definitely Kerepseri, Canums, Cruise, and Caris and Unconu, American Senak, American American to Cruise, Reza Carina, Zerman 2, some Cadu to Metu, Seconus, and Heserac, Baradianis, and Canoes, and can do as Uranum, should discard and we are eating illumination on a Rapic and Manipur or the number of Possessu, of an Expressu, and a Caricamin Gabbies, and every Armenian habits better than dancers are gathered to second and path, and Tetcher that should have to damp at the shop and after the second fetch, second toy, Ramabu, I'm looking at the of a woman, second resu, second tori man, in that second bus, Picapus, and Barbasso, and the Roger, second amendment head, Paris, got about shutter, Nini, and in circus of Sarpacus, Karamet Sarament, that's with the music, be Sarabin, Miskibi, Sarment, as Madame Sarap, Sarmanet, Karamet, Shepard, and the Capital Robbery Mandas, a barca case, a case, some Sanap, and the second memory to Ravenabandi, Monica, Randy, Kemi, Shikaruna, Canex, Pastor Rapid Caramatino, the Bevis, Rekin, attempting Sabarayam of Wutu Rekin, and Baracona to Rekin, and a Pranab Cosos, Tapanapa, and Emeradi to Purdue, and Pedis, Minimum to do the Kabushes, and the Skadaburma order, Shukabatus, and Amakan, Cameron, and Turkamis to market evidence, Canamated, Thomas, Shuti, Courage, Jaratu, and the 10:13 Karim, Poem, Jari, Omrakabu, Shona, Shalan, Medi, Sunutavadi, Robeco, Babaco, Batuek, New cases may up segment one and for a better be resurrected sickness. I get in the major you want to do no sure at all to next year. I'm an new friend, nephew, song take how to taking you for film sort of issue, not taking the money for one text running for Abuting and getting Monty and Java and Eddie Joshua to Jeremo up in America and April. I can that and that certainty to make sure that Baraka you are to want to do Madame Brami dad for the brown head. Odisha for the Manakanum has your money and the rain possess Mario come on number of Sabe, Romagma or any new shots or Xara and Barakaparam, Casmas and two, never American Manores, never the Pedem Royal, the Brisha Shamra Shakan, Africa, come to Kusha, Sectoim, so two Tapan and Pruek. I wish about him, Hota Browse, about him, Hota Rambati, but you WW out Manacota, some to know taking the Rom, Nukin and Pramanu, Pramanu, using a Prugman at the room, Nasamarami, Bomina Karan, Amad Ten Mortata, Yosatas, Caprama, Tom Shadan, Nami, you know, like the Musikom, some more that the Kushi, but it go Pateo, Bargam, and the Curtain, the Kuswork is a character, Meru, take up Tara, but it's Kurtuda, when you pram Q, Kubstrafu, as you toy him a coach or two to play on sudden the wind pit, while who them and I music back him soon as the net did, and please subject him to Capra, Toram Sarakatico, Macoro, and Ekra, do Mrs. to do it, but I'm getting in the Luatic, make two says who he's an over an accident and come or recognize Tim sick mean Peterm and Hennes or the Nupes again, because you read and some Scarecrow, my engine, who in that through on Harry Tesura, Mr. Jardu, Pejara, and Onek Vision, and Capra, and Rabbit to Maminos through it was attempt to get out of the dog through. So we were cook carrying a race, come on, and Kazatia, but don't have them to move to movement draws on the drug number. I could open through it, and 9 am should get them through his relics or them. Shepherd can correct number. I can do you can have that go take it out, shot up down everyone, and he should know whatever should have a wash up for them. So on the person up and he said, you know, she could and he said, oh, sorry, right, should be ready, sorry, and he said, when I'm signal book covering carry. Cabra, Cabru, never cake, Cabra, Rantam, Madam, went to the mum, yes, Warna, on Karaten Bans and Kabir, the one on Man Kabir, and the toys of the sort of Paiku, and Kabir to I do to Radis, that he be now or to win Nadan, Abaek, Seba Persiara Corona Vitoni Absatiri Visara Shabus and Bizuti Biscaraparam and the King Sigar with Courage or Amu Pitam de Currim, the Caro Amanur, Panamas Runem, Yakarin number was through Erusham to Am woman and Skidapan Kanamaru Amanus, no dams and Mexican Quabec, Quabec, and Carana Carnasavas and Pekarakas Courage, but a gigor, sorry, Kabir Kemikan Abacono and Magari, Bitek Magnes, or one nation, maybe she could take small New Hampshire, you had some sickernation into a Mikey, you said, Hakami. And men or Lucianum Kaisanani, Sabram Katina, Kapkua, Tagnara, Shuru, Rura, Cobra, Conabaricam, then Sarah, Sikipu, making Mingurik, Tasha, but then we should have any of the Adam native Waterman, Ruimus, that is scattered Taran and two new Diapsamuni, Fuman, Sikapasan, Mandapasan, Jaranjaramas of Cadavers, Hotapers or Sapas, Arina, Capruasan, so Kebhaya, Kepam Hotapum, Raprum, Shunatoni, Tibiat, and the Apnaf, Emas. Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, we peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well and a golden lock, and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that we may offer, though they are the most sacred tolls on the hidden road, the fivefold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the hands that pry. May I drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within me and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone? Dare I peer into the ancient depths into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time? I can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. I pray for the redemption and wisdom from the sacred well of enchantment, that I may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is our first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Ezekiel Compasiana Compa, Newt Geb, Newt. Kepra ra 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 tuma kansu Arsimitorki Shaboganashim through na high Arsimitorki Shaboganashim through na high Arsimitorki Shaboganashim through na high Abrada. Welcome to Earth. There is much traffic as the Lion's gates are opened, so watch your figurative step as you fly through space, because you could run into anybody, and they could be anybody. Oh, I hope you're having a good morning. An absolute good morning, if possible. I know in some places people have got struck with weather and they are left without power. Days, transformers getting blown out, and all sorts of things. The rest of the world, we just went over prayers and blessings. there is somebody that sent me an email, and they said they wanted to learn the Kemetic way. Like they wanted to learn how to process this in life. The Kemetic way is a daily lifestyle to start with. It's not something we're just doing once for that special a day of the year. No, 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 no. This is every single day of our lives. But one thing I'd like to bring out, one thing that jumped on my mind, you notice I don't use many Christian words in my ceremony. I steer away from Christianity, from everything Christian, even the name of my brother himself. I'd rather call my brother Bob or the dude rather than say Jesus. Because Jesus, I got a different memory of my brother than what people have painted. That's just me. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it's a different guy. It's a different, like, that one has this shell and that one has another one. But, technically we're talking about the same spirit, the same soul, the same life force. And so humanity is clothed that life force with their viewpoint, and I have my viewpoint. So, I love my brother and all that good stuff, but here's where it gets into the Kemetic way of living, and me not really touching on the Christian at all. Now, the Kemetic way is awesome because we learn how to be very precise. We need to do something only once, not 15 times. Okay? In other places, regions, ways, forms, whatever, people, they do something, and such as a prayer or a ceremony or whatever the case, and or mantras, and they'll tell their persons, they'll tell the individual, all right, now repeat it X amount of times, however many times, 100 times, 1,000 times, whatever their amount of times is. Okay? And the reason why is because you got to say it a very specific way, and if you do that, it works. So if you say it 1,000 times, you're bound to be in the mood to say it once. Well, I don't know. Some of them they last for days. It's like 1,000 times a day, repeat, 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 like over and over, because hopefully you're going to be by chance in that state of being once when you actually speak it. So their number game is jumping into percentage stats. We got to hit that percentage mark, and we'll get one win out of it. In the Kemetic way, what I've learned is how to be very precise. You only need to do it once, and it's going to have its most powerful effect that one time. You don't need to pray for the same thing twice. You don't need to ask for the same thing twice. Once you stamp it into existence, then you're just waiting around for it. Now, what this gets into is something that is very real, and it's a name of God. Now, there are many names of God across many cultures. Well, I started in Christianity, and when I began my spiritual journey, specifically regarding the name of a divine, the name of a creator, to repeat that name, I think it's beyond the million range. I think it's beyond the million range, but I could be mistaken. But you gotta speak that name an insane amount of times, and then you actually process that being and who they are. Reading
names for 2 hours, names and all sorts. Okay. So in my Christian life, I repeated the name of that my God at that time. Now I saw Dad at that time and all of that and divines. I didn't even see them as divines. I saw God and the rest. Anyways, there's a divine mother and father. Anyways, I repeated that name enough. I repeated it enough times to have that within me. God is love. I got that in me. Got it. Good to go. Okay, what's next? Moving on to that. I spent 28 years repeating one name, and now I don't know if it's hundreds or thousands. I don't know. I ain't counted it, but I go over and I go over way more than one. Apologies. What what constitutes an appropriate apology? Apologies are like, for me, an apology is a change of behavior. That's for me. To change behavior, to change attitude. If somebody says, wait, I don't like that, please don't do that again, then that's a guidepost. That's a boundary to respect. And if somebody says that, then I want to respect that. I want to stay within that boundary because I don't want to hurt the person emotionally or any other way. Though I do want them to be themselves and they need to have boundaries for themselves. And I maybe I fit as a good friend within those boundaries. And maybe those boundaries are too tight for me. So that's the difference between drawn close or distant, whether those desires are upheld, whether those things are changed. That's that's to me a real sign of forgiveness. Because anything else is just justification for the ill behavior, and then it happens again because what if there wasn't behavior change, then it's just going to happen again. So what good was a verbal apology? A verbal sorry was worthless. If the action was changed and that problem, that boundary was never crossed again, well, then guess what? Things can be happy. But if the boundary's crossed over and over and over, and a person says, sorry, 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 and I keep getting hurt, well, I'm not going to stick around for that. I learned I got fast legs. I learned I got a sharp mind. I learned how to stay disinvolved. Everybody's running their own project in this world, their own their own plans, their own desires, their own heart, their own yearning. And I have recognized in my life that at particular times those alignments happen with people. But I've been very apt to pay attention because those alignments don't stay aligned forever. This is why if you want to stay in that mode where everything's just flowing in that flow, if you want to stay in that flow state, in order to stay in alignment, that means continuous change. Continuous change. If you don't continually change, then you can't continually realign with the new energy. That's why I read over what I read over and do what I do each morning, is because I'm realigning with the energy. Reharmonize. I was asleep last night. My spirit was separate from my body. I don't know what it did. I don't know everywhere my soul went. I don't know what it was up to. So I need to connect with my spirit. I need to connect with my inner self. And in reading those words for 2 hours, which they're not just tongues, they are other languages. They do have meanings. They are legitimate blessings. Some of them have been spoken for more than 6,000 years, handed down from father to son. Yup. And that allows my mind to really connect. And I can have a whole lot of inner dialogue. I can have a whole bunch of inner dialogue in that time. See, when a lot of people are together in an environment, their energy resonates together as one energy. Now, you can very well be the individual in the group, but anybody in that group, they can do anything they want with that energy. A lot of times people do nothing. I learned I learned as just like at temple to really resonate that energy and send it back up as a blessing that can shower down. It's about a transfer of emotion, of energy and connection. And a lot of people don't know how to establish that. See, I keep saying see. I think I want to go to the sea. Oh my goodness. There's a lake right across the street, practically. I can't even go swim in the water because there ain't even no private access, surrounded by private homes. See people on their boats, and I can't even go swimming. And don't I feel like I fit in? I'll tell you what, it could be the 1950s or it could be the 2000 anything, and you're gonna find a class of people, and they'll treat you different. They got their own rules, and that goes for everybody. From top to bottom, everybody got their own class, their own rules, their own this, because they live in a world of division. Amen. I get that's going on. That's nothing new. But that's why I keep looking to the sky. Because I know my journey, I'm learning, I'm gathering where I am. There's goodness happening. And so I'll soak up every moment that I can of that. That's for sure. Snitty, Sistai, Sindai, Sindigo, Sindigo. Well, thanks for the comments. Appreciate that.
Oh, very cool. Carter woke up just in time. What's up, Karen? Glad that you're here. Very good, very good. What's up to those on TikTok? I hope you're having a good day today. It's 5:43. Wow, we ended a little bit earlier there. But that last page is that's still one I'm kind of going over. So now with that timing, now I can fit that other page in. I like that. I like that. Ooh, I got an article that I want to start with. This one was actually in particular pretty darn good. I'll copy the link and I'll at least post it to the YouTube. Boom. There we go. Weird loophole could finally let energy move faster than the speed of light. Written on August 11th this year. Some truths about the universe seem absolute. Entropy flows one way, gravity sucks, and nothing can outrun the speed of light. But the quirk of how sound waves interact in water may have just shown how something can appear to. According to two researchers, interference between waves traveling along two different paths can make their combined energy peak appear sooner than the peak of a wave traveling directly from source to receiver. It works underwater with sound, which means that theoretically, at least, it could also work with the waves of light in a vacuum, and it wouldn't even need to break physics. We prove the speed of information is less than or equal to the speed of light in a vacuum, so the effect does not violate special relativity. Acoustician John L. Spiesberger of the University of Pennsylvania, oceanographer Eugene Terry of the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, write in a paper accepted for publication in the Physical Review E. And the work, it all started because of Wells. Um, they're using different microphones in a triangulation. With they're using hydrophones in a triangulation setup to be able to do some things. But what Spiesberger and his colleagues found that in some situations this method could produce significant uh, they were studying one thing, but they were noticing how a bunch of errors were popping up. And because of the sound, and said if the whale was close enough to the surface, some of the sound of its call would travel directly to the hydrophone, while some would reflect off the underside of the water's surface. So the two waves overlapped at the hydrophone, and their interference would shift the peak of the received wave,
making it appear to arrive later, that is, at a slower effective speed than the direct wave alone. The previous work showed that the interference could make sound appear to move more slowly, but when Speisberger started looking at different, more realistic pulse shapes, he noticed something extraordinary. Under the correct conditions, the effect could work in the opposite direction. You have the pulse traveling directly and the pulse bouncing off a flat surface. If you tweak the timing between them just so, interference reshapes the combined pulse so that the peak reaches the receiver before the peak of the direct pulse. In one situation, the researchers modeled sound traveling underwater at speeds of 1,500 meters, that's 4,920 feet per second. Per second. 4,920 feet per second was the rate they were able to do. Wow. The resulting energy peaks they found could appear to travel at 1,694 and 2,782 meters per second. That's even faster than fifth. That's faster. That's breaking 5,000 feet per second. The and more obviously. The latter of which is nearly double the speed of the sound in the simulation. Here's the thing though, this phenomenon may not be limited to sound. The researchers visit that it should work for light in a vacuum too. Our conjecture that the direct reflected path effect exists for electromagnetic waves provides a mechanism for superluminal propagation distinct from microwave tunneling, quantum tunneling, and anomalous dispersion. Speisberger and Terry Wright. These yield effects occurring at speeds exceeding light speed in a vacuum, yet the speed of information is less than the speed of light in a vacuum. Hence, we explore if the direct plus reflected path effect also conveys information at speeds less than the speed in a vacuum. And it sounds like their studies are continuing on. They haven't exactly finished. Um, there's one last little part I want to. It says, should the direct plus reflected path effect occur for electromagnetic waves, and should it yield superluminal speeds, it would be the simplest method for doing so among other superluminal phenomena. I find that intriguing. I'm going to share that article. Get that link in here. Oh, gotcha bag. Okay, so they're just so what they discovered, all right, is that when the whale makes their sound, that it's going in two directions. It's not just going in one direction. On a scientific level, you can read the article. Did I put it in there? I don't think I put it in there yet. No, I didn't put it in there. Let me put it in here. Boom. If you want to copy or a link to it, there it is. At least on YouTube, youtube.com/Setra if you're on TikTok. Though essentially what what I'm really picking up here is on a scientific level, they're seeing the sound actually split and go two different ways. and they learned how it was traveling slower than it should. So they reversed in their own, lab, they reversed the effect and simulated an experience to where the sound essentially was able to travel faster than the speed of light. I mean, the right conditions and the right circumstances, for me, this is proof of how much we communicate with each other and how much we don't even know that we do. You see, the more you learn about yourself and how much goes into interactions, how much of an imprint happens when you're with somebody, that it really does cause you to start choosing your channel, your intake very wisely. You start choosing this. Oh, I've been through the lessons, and I've been through the ringer, and I've earned my stripes and blah blah this and blah blah that. That's why I'm not on here trying to prove anything. I'm just doing my thing. I don't want to prove anything. I don't care to prove anything. I don't want to do that's those things. If I have to, well, fine. I wrote a book to tell people who I am. This is how you know who I am. If you want to read how my brain works and everything I've been through, it's a dang good book on my life. And it's not just the outside of it, too. It's how I think, it's how I feel. That's what I expressed in that book. I said, well, people keep asking questions enough. There's a guide to my life. If you want to get to know, here's a guide to my life. But that wasn't enough. I had to do more. And then I just did what I do. And there is a point, like, what I'm getting at is my first job, my first legitimate job that I had, like 9 to 5 kind of a job was a fast food place, and old Mickey D's, and I had it in me that I wanted to work there for a year at least. I like to set goals for, a year or something like that. So I wanted to work there for a year at least. So I put up with different things. I allowed myself to go through events that I didn't want to go through because I wanted to stay there for a whole year. So, I wanted that to be like, good job anywhere else. At least I'll stick around. I mean, good environment, I'll stick around. Bad environment, I'm out. That's simple. I mean, if management doesn't know how to keep their own crew in line, I ain't coming in for. I don't need that going on in my life, and don't even need to hire me on that one. Sheesh. And over the years, I'd show up at different places, and I would work. Like I had to earn my keep, and after a certain amount of time, people would see my dedication. They would see my character. They would see what I'm doing. They would see the progress I'm making. Because you give me a job to do, I'm going to get that job done sooner than other people get it done. That's a fact. There's one dude. His backyard was rife with overgrown trees, little trees, thick trees. It was overgrown. He said, "I want to keep the bigger trees. I want everything else gone." I went in that mode in 4 hours time. In 3 hours time, I cleared out what I thought he wanted. I had him take a look. He wanted a little bit further. Took me a 1 more hour, 4 hours total, and I was done with the work he wanted. The dude was so happy. He like turned around and gave me $100 bill. Boom. Because if he would have hired anybody else, that job would have been halfway done and looked like crap through it. I literally created a production line. Literally, I had my fire. I cut down my brush. I pull it around to the pile, which is a long line. It's like a train, and it's got the long branches. And I put the end of the branch right there on the pile, and I go cut. And then as I got a little bit, I bring it over to the pile. And if needed, I move the pile a little bit closer to the fire pit. I know how to control my fires so they don't spread. I know how to do this. Other people, I don't know. I've been around some real foolish individuals. Me, I've never had a fire catch out of hand. I know how to contain my fires. I just kept feeding the fire. I just kept feeding the fire, kept cutting it all down. Literally, by the time I'm done, there was like the last bit was on the top of the pile. There was nothing more for him to do or burn or anything. It was gone. Boom, done, fixed, cleared, got it, good. Let's hang out, drink some, have a drink. Yay, woohoo. That's it. So people, that's why people are like, oh, I'll pay you per hour or some shit like that. If I charged you per hour what I'm worth, you can't afford me. So let me just do it for free, and I hope you appreciate the good work you got done. That's the way I see things anyway. That's why I've been working with it and doing things my whole life. My whole life's been like that. See, when I'm looking at a job to do, now this, I'm talking in a physical sense, but this translates into spiritual work as well, working with other people, emotions, all that kind of just translates. Though though what I can do, it exceeds others because others don't want to be there and they don't want to be doing that. And so it comes out in their behavior and their work ethic, which kind of is absent of a work ethic, the absence of a work ethic, really. And so not much gets done and it gets done slowly. I'm there because the universe needs to teach me something. I'm going to work out my body. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. The whole time I'm there, my mind's not stuck in that yard or that place or that building. I was somewhere else. My once my body got to going. But when I start a job, any job, I like to make sure I got all my tools. If I don't have all my tools, then I'm going to run into errors. I'm going to run into problems and frustrations. Because I've worked a job with broken tools. I've done jobs without the proper tools. And you know what I wound up getting from all of that? Heartache, pain, frustration, irritation. So now, if I'm going to start a job, I make sure I got all my tools. I make sure I got my plans are made, my material list is there. Boom, I'm good. There's this one time we are doing one job. This dude, he said he knew what he was doing, and he did know what he was doing. We fixed it and everything through his instruction, but he was not good at planning because we had to go back to the store no less than like 7 times in one day practically. So that's very little work and a whole bunch of wasted time and resources to get from one place to the next. And so planning is very important. Proper calculation of what you need for the job is very important. It's going to let you know whether what you're working with or for or anything of the sort. It's going to tell you how they operate in life. And that's not going to be an isolated incident. It's going to keep happening. See, people are very, 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 very stuck to habits in their lives. And I know if you've been here for a few days, you know it ain't easy to break a habit. You know that's a hard thing to do. So when I see somebody and they've got a habit that conflicts with my life in any regard or way, that's why it does not make them an enemy or bad. Thank you. It doesn't put a damper on my mind of them as a person at all. They've got their own life. I'm trying to shake some old bad habits. Everybody trying to. I think I got most of my bad habits shaked off and replaced. By this point, anything I find out, I get on to it right away. Start, oh, I don't like that one. Let's change that. Oh, but that's a personal work, and to expect from somebody else something that they're not in the process or in the ability to do, well, then that's just setting up false expectations that are not going to be met. And we all know how that ends. And if you don't, I'm sure you'll find out soon enough. I don't mean to laugh on that one. What's up, Boston? Cat fight. Well, I got some food here finally, and a couple days ago, some donations came in and scooped off the top of what was on had been donated, and not collected what was available because as they come in and so forth, and I had enough money for rent for next month, and but I had no food, so I took a little bit and went and got food and whatnot. So until my life hits a certain goal that I'm aiming for, thank you for that over on TikTok. You're so kind. Thank you. Once I hit a certain goal, I'll be able to eat the way that I want to eat, and my body will go. I'll get something sustainable and stay on there. But my journey's still going. The journey's not over. So enjoying that as much as I can until I find my destination to where I can really start cooking what I've been intending to. uh, uh, the power and the ability of the Divine Father and the Divine Mother unified is a field of energy that it can't be planned to interact with it because it's its own energy. It's going to create what it creates. It's just getting the self to having the self continued at a continual resonance so that something like that can endure every single day until the last, but not just endure through hardship, but be able to endure, overcome, and thrive in every way. And so we're all on our journeys, and how that winds up being produced and getting made. Hey, my journey, sometimes I get a few extra pounds, and sometimes I lose a few extra pounds. And at least for myself, I don't need to be losing weight. That's for sure. And so thanks, Catfight, for noticing that. I appreciate your kindness and your attention to detail. That's very kind of you. Look over here at TikTok. There were some gifts sent. Thank you very much, Nona. That's very kind of you. What? You're amazing. Thank you so very much. Um, if you would like, you just let me know. I'll be more than happy to do a reading for you if you would like to. Wow, you're awesome, Nona. Thank you so much. You're so kind. That's amazing. Over on TikTok, that one you can get the little gifts and cakes and stuff, and so they were kind of giving that stuff over there. I had that activated for TikTok, and before I was getting great numbers. People were showing up, and then I tried to monetize, and it just I don't know. I don't do with all that stuff. I suck at that, and so just for YouTube, I don't got that stuff set up at all. Haha, thanks, Carter. Yeah, it's pretty chill today. Yeah, cat fight. Cool. I appreciate that, cat fight. That's very kind comment of you. Um, yeah, it's been good. It's been decently good. I'm happy to have some snacks and some food and so forth. I'm feeling a story. I'm feeling a story. If anybody has any good questions, I'll be more than happy to entertain that. Um, or do a tarot reading or oracle reading. Or I may just jump into reading a story. We'll see how that goes. See if we get any feedback here. Really, cat fight? That would be awesome. That would be awesome. Yeah, I'll go for some coffee beans. Uh, if you don't mind, send me an email. That's my email. Shoot me an email. I'll send you my address. I'll do it. If you tell me you sent me the email, I'll go log into my email and send it to you right now.
Don't gotta tell me it has me twice. You're like, you say, I got a ton of coffee beans, and I'm like, damn, that'd be like this whole room filled up with coffee beans. See, my mind, see, that's why questions are important in life. Clarify things. No, I understand. I understand. That would be absolutely amazing, actually. Because I just got tea. I'm still going with tea. But that's okay. That's been okay. I adjust the flow as it's needed to go. See if we got any comments on TikTok on here. That's really cool on the pounds of beans. I'll whatever you want to send me coffee beans. I'll take coffee beans. Shoot, that's cool. That's super cool. Shoot, thanks. I appreciate that. That's cool. What do we got here? All right. The four skillful brothers. There was once a poor man who had four sons, and when they were grown up, he said to them, my dear children, you must now go out into the world, for I have nothing to give you. So set out and go to some distance and learn a trade, and see how you can make your way. So the four brothers took their sticks and bade their father farewell, and went through the town gate together. When they had traveled about for some time, they came to a crossway which branched off in four different directions. Then said the eldest, here we must separate, but on this day 4 years we will meet each other again at this spot. In the meantime, we will seek our fortunes. Then each of them went his way, and the eldest met a man who asked him where he was going, and he was intending to, and he was and what he was intending to do. He said, "I want to learn a trade," he replied. Then the other said, "Come with me and be a thief." "No," he answered, "that's no longer regarded as a reputable trade, and at the end of it, it is that one has to swing in the gallows." "Oh," said the man, "you need not be afraid of the gallows. I'll only teach you how to get such things as no other man could ever lay hold of. No one will ever detect you." So he allowed himself to be talked into it, and while with the man, because and he became an accomplished thief, and so dexterous that nothing was safe from him if he once desired to have it. The second brother met a man who put the same question to him. He wanted to learn in the world. "I don't know yet," he replied. "Then come with me. Be an astronomer. There is nothing better than that, for nothing is hid from you." He liked the idea and became such a skillful astronomer that when he had learned everything and was about to travel onwards, his master gave him a telescope and said to him, "With that you canst thou see whatsoever takes place either on earth or on heaven, and or in heaven, and nothing can remain concealed from thee." A huntsman took the third brother into training and gave him excellent instruction in everything which related to huntsmanship, that he became an experienced hunter. When he went away, his master gave him a gun and said, "It will never fail you. Whatsoever you aim at, you are certain to hit." The youngest brother also met a man who spoke to him and inquired what his intentions were. "Would you not like to be a tailor?" he said. "Not that I know of," said the youth. "Sitting doubled up from nothing till night, and driving the needle and the goose backwards and forwards is not my taste." "Oh, but you are speaking of ignorance," answered the man. "With me you would learn a very different kind of tailoring, which is respectable and proper,
and for the most part very honorable. So he let himself be persuaded and went with the man and learnt his art from the very beginning. When they parted, the man gave the youth a needle and said, "With this you can sew together whatever is given you. Whatever it is, as soft as an egg or as hard as steel, it will all become one piece of stuff so that no seam will be visible." When the appointed 4 years were over, the four brothers arrived at the same point at the crossroads, embraced and kissed each other, and returned home to their father. So now he said, quite delighted, "The wind is blowing you back again to me." They told him of all that had happened to them and that each had learnt of his own trade. Now they were sitting just in front of the house under a large tree, and the father said, "I will put you all to the test and see what you can do." Then he looked up and said to his second son, "Between two branches up at the top of this tree, there's a chatfinish nest. Tell me how many eggs there are in it." The astronomer took his glass, looked up, and said, "There are five." Then the father said to the eldest, "Fetch the eggs down without disturbing the bird which is sitting hatching them." The skillful thief climbed up and took the five eggs from beneath the bird, which never observed what he was doing, and remained quietly sitting where he was, and brought them down to his father. The father took them, and one of them on each corner of the table, and the fifth in the middle, and said to the huntsman, "With one shot thou shalt shoot me the five eggs in two through the middle." The huntsman aimed and shot the eggs, all five, as the father had desired, and that at one shot he certainly must have had some of the powder for shooting round corners. "Now it's your turn," said the father to the fourth son. "You shall sew the eggs together again, and the young birds that are inside them as well, and you must do it so that they are not hurt by the shot." The tailor brought his needle and sewed them as his father wished. When he had done this, the thief had to climb up the tree again and carry them to the nest and put them back under the bird without her being aware of it. The bird sat her full time, and after a few days the young ones crept out, and they had a red line round their necks where they had been sewn together by the tailor. "Well," said the old man to his sons, "I begin to think you are worth more than brain clover. You have used your time well and learnt something good. I can't say which of you deserves the most praise. That will be proved if you have but an early opportunity of using your talents." Not long after this, there was a great uproar in the country, for the king's daughter was carried off by a dragon. The king was full of trouble about it, both day and night, and caused it to be proclaimed that whosoever brought her back should have her to wife. The four brothers said to each other, "This would be a fine opportunity for us to show what we can do," and resolved to go forth together and liberate the king's daughter. "I will soon know where she is," said the astronomer, and looked through his telescope and said, "I see her already. She's far away from here on a rock in the sea, and the dragon is beside her watching." Then he went to the king and asked for a ship for himself and his brothers, and sailed with them over the sea until they came to the rock. There the king's daughter was sitting, and the dragon was laying asleep on her lap. The huntsman said, "I dare not fire. I should kill the beautiful maiden at the same time." "Then I will try my art," said the thief, and he crept thither and stole her away from under the dragon so quietly and dexterously that the monster never remarked about it, but went on snoring. Full of joy, they hurried off with her on board the ship, and steered out into the open sea. But the dragon, who, when he awoke and found no princess there, followed them and came snorting angrily through the air. Just as he was circling above the ship and about to descend on it, the huntsman shrouded his gun and shot him to the heart. The monster fell down dead, but was so large and powerful that his fall shattered the whole ship. Fortunately, however, they laid hold of a couple of planks and swam about the wild sea. Then again they were in great peril, but the tailor, who was not idle, took his wondrous needle and with a few stitches sewed the planks together, and they seated themselves upon them, and collected together all the fragments of the vessel. Then he sewed these so skilfully together that in a very short time the ship was once more seaworthy, and they could go home again in safety. When the king once more saw his daughter, there were great rejoicings. He said to the four brothers, "One of you shall have her to wife, but which of you is to be? You must settle among yourselves." Then a warm contest arose among them, for each of them preferred his own claim. The astronomer said, "If I had not seen the princess, all your arts would have been useless, so she is mine." The thief said, "What would have been the use of your seeing if I had not got her away from the dragon, so she is mine?" The huntsman said, "You and the princess and all of you would have been torn to pieces by the dragon if my ball had not hit him, so she is mine." The tailor said, "And if I by my art had not sewn the ship together again, you would all of you have been miserably drowned, so she is mine." Then the king uttered this saying, "Each of you has an equal right, and as all of you cannot have the maiden, none of you shall have her, but I will give to each of you, as a reward, half a kingdom." The brothers were pleased with this decision and said, "It is better thus than that we should be at variance with each other." Then each of them received half a kingdom, and they lived with their father in the greatest happiness as long as it pleased God. Together, they were able to claim a pretty awesome reward. But if they weren't together, there's no way they could have even done anything. All the scene would have got him nowhere. He wouldn't have been able to get out there, and if he was, he wouldn't have been able to do anything more. He needed a sly thief to be able to get in there. Each one, for their part, was able to mend a portion of the situation. See, if they would have not been brothers and would have tried to go after that dragon by themselves, there's no way they could have done it together. Together with different skills and different abilities. No brother told the other brother, "Oh, you're wrong for what you learned." The father didn't say, "Oh, you're wrong for becoming a thief. You learned a trade, you learned a skill. Good. All right, let's see what we can do together." That's pretty darn good. From one experience of teamwork, the father gave him a test. But the test wasn't for the father's knowing, it was for the brothers' knowing. Because in that test, the brothers had to work together. Each one had a role, and together they were able to do what they did with the eggs and the birds. And that gave them the confidence that they could overcome other challenges. And I'm sure somewhere in between that story of the birds and the dragon, I'm sure there's other things they accomplished quite easily amongst themselves to be able to conquer whatever was on their journey to do so. But in the most pivotal moment, they came together. And these stories that we read about, the divines, the saints, all of it, these are different aspects that we can embody. We're not just stuck to one, we can learn different aspects of divinity by choosing to live with that heart and that mind and living in that to absorb oneself into the life. How do I learn information? I, I choose a subject, and when I choose a subject, I jump in both feet in the deep end. I'm going in. I'm in. Let's see what's at the bottom. I want to swim down to the bottom. Maybe somebody dropped something. I can't even see the bottom. It's so far down there. If I could swim, I know I could make it down there and get back. I know. So I'm gonna go swim around the bottom, see what's down there.
We'll do cat fight. I'll tell you what. On the scope of coffee. Oh wait, I think I gotta. I think it's saved in that other one. I will check it. Oh, check it. I'll hit you up later. I'll respond to you later, Cat. But I definitely will look at my emails at the end of it, because I got my email stuff on the other phone. I use phones for different reasons, and like none of them have an active phone line. I didn't want a phone. I lived for years without a phone. Part of this shamanic journey is detachment. Okay, to learn detachment, if you really want to learn detachment, you want to learn how to detach from anything in your life. Take your phone, turn it off, and don't turn it back on for 3 good solid weeks. You'll learn how to detach pretty damn easily. How do I get a hold of you? I can't even call you. Yeah, it's not on. You want to know me? You want to talk to me? You know where I am? Boom, you say whatever you want. Come say hi. I try. I'm a 90s kid. So for me, it was easy. I just went back to being a kid. I lived in this world when we didn't have cell phones following us everywhere. And I remember when I got a pager, just a pager. And if you're so young you don't know what a pager is, it's a little device. They still sell them. A little rectangle device has a little clip put on your belt loop or something. Doctors use and stuff. And it just beeps up numbers. Just a phone number. Lets me know a phone number. You dial on your phone and then you hear a little feedback and you put in the numbers you want. You could set up a little code or system for people or whatever the case. But it's just a pager. And I wanted a pager. And my cousin, he told me, he said a pager is just a leash, an invisible leash. So he says just an invisible leash. And it took me a while to kind of grab the concept of that, but I wanted connection. I wanted connection. I didn't see it as a leash, like I was being held back. We're only talking about a pager. We're not talking about the phone with TikTok and all of this, just the pager. That's what he mentioned. And the phone is a leash of dependence. How do I learn? How do I get by? How do I look up something? There's a library, there's this, there's that, there's other ways to figure stuff out than the phone. When I'm playing a video game, I'm gonna I'm gonna try and try. Back in the day, I'd buy the books for the game. So if I got the game, then I get the strategy guide too. I have the book too. But nowadays with online, with the internet so easy, it's available right there for free at any point you're in the game. Shoot, they got it on YouTube or whatever. Everybody's got it. It's all you look for, it's got it there. But I'm gonna try first myself. I'm gonna try and try and try and try. I'll waste 2 hours trying myself. But I'm gonna keep trying. I'm gonna try different strategies in different ways. And if I can't figure it out and I'm truly stuck, then okay, I'll pull it up and let me see what's going on here. Tips and tricks. That was the game magazine. If you went to the store, if you were playing video games back in the day, you went to the store, any store that had magazines, tips and tricks. Got all the codes in that one. Had all the codes. Like most of them, a new game came out or something like that. Some old games that put the codes in there, whatever. That's a good magazine back. Tips and tricks. Tips and tricks for this world. I'll tell you what. Mm. And that's really a lot about what we do here. Some tips and tricks towards the world and towards opposition that you may face in order to keep your own peace, not to butt your head up against the continual frustration, but so as to be able to maintain your own peace and your own happiness. Hi there, Miss Julia Momo. Today feels like a weekend to me. It's not a weekend, but it feels like chill energy, just chill, which is good. Let's see if we can do something here. That's true. Yeah, Karen, let's do that. Let me get some cards. Let me get my cards out because I didn't mention that earlier. That'd be cool. Thank you very much. To Miss Julia, she was asking if I could do a meditation session, a jam session. Um, we went over that this morning, 3:33 Eastern Standard Time. That's when it starts each day. Strike the gong, and I literally read blessings for 2 straight hours. So I am on YouTube.com/Setra, Setchra, and on there it has the Invisible College playlist. And in that, I think today is day 126. So the recordings from each day are live or are put up. I think about 40 minutes to an hour when we're done with the live, and we'll be back tomorrow. We'll do the same thing again. We've been going live on YouTube and TikTok, so we've been keeping these two active for these days currently. Right now, I'm gonna get some cards and pull them um, for Karen here in just a moment. Yeah. Um, I will say that I want to read um, the blessings to just out of the love of my own heart to satisfy the request. But I've done that before. I did that once before, and the whole time while I was going over it, it just didn't feel correct because it had already went out. And so in that expression, that energy is active in the environment, and knowing that you were seeking those blessings, well, that energy is going to you. You might not have been present, but we're presently connected right now and talking. The soul connection is active, and so those blessings are flowing. So that's really why we open it up the day with those blessings, because that's the energy that's going to continue to develop. And truly, what I found in my shamanic journey is that we really wind up um, having amazing interactions, um, even technologically. It's similar to, I'm gonna go there with it. I'm gonna go there, and maybe you're not into it, so I'll explain it just enough. But I'm going to the X-Men here, and Nightcrawler. there's one point he's like, I gotta see where I'm going in order to populate there. So he's able to allow his soul, if we would take away the physical, the physical kind of poof portion, his soul, if it sees a destination, it can travel there instantly. That means we all have that ability. So sight and connection and blessings and flowing, like that's definitely going on. Um, Most definitely. But if you are still here, I will do the sound bowl here in a moment. The sound bowl's been pretty nice, and I would count that as a meditation jam. You could say session or ceremony or ritual. I like to call it a jam. Thank you for the cake and those other items there. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. I played that yesterday or the day before, and a gentleman he said, "Why do I feel sleepy after you play that?" Because it works. Most definitely. Now you asked for a card, so I'm gonna pull you. I'm gonna pull you two cards, Karen. This one's for Karen. Oh, dude. Okay, we got two cards for you. If you're asking what I was like all dude about, look, you're gonna kind of laugh. Maybe you will. Maybe you won't. Maybe it's funny. Maybe it's not. Okay. But look, if anybody out there is watching and you do like AI stuff, this would be funny, funny to see. Okay. Look,
You know, I got the cards drawn already, so we'll read those for you in a moment, Karen. But I gotta get this out of me. So you know how Darth Vader is all like, what if every single time he's going, it's like the vape, all the fucking vape smoke comes out. You got like fucking circles coming out here, triangles coming out there, some shit. I don't fucking know. Sorry, I see things in my mind for a split second. Because people are giving me a hard time with fucking like with like, oh, are you vape, blah blah blah, and then they're like, oh, you're the devil. Just put it together. Darth Vader's not got a mask on to breathe properly. He's got a mask on to get high all day. uh, I'm just having fun here. Gotta have some fun. I don't laugh too enough. I think that's a fact. All right, so we got these two cards. Well, I'm gonna bring up them both first. So I have it there, so I'm not flipping halfway through. All right. So first, we're starting out with the King of Hearts. This goes back to an old cartomancy type of deck, and this one is bringing out a high-profile, cultured, and well-to-do person, an employer, an acquired relative, or a civil servant who could help you out in many fields. All right. So there's somebody on your side. That's a fact. Now, this next one has the characteristics. It's the clubs, which is going to translate into the wands, the element of fire. And fire has the characteristic of transformation, transforming matter into energy, specifically, right? That's what fire is doing. We are transforming matter into energy. We throw the physical log into the can't grab fine, you know what I'm saying, to the fire. It's going to feed that energy. Old wounds. We got the nine of clubs here. Old wounds do not heal well. You're suspicious and you control your boundaries meticulously. Guard them like a watchman. With this, you're limiting your own living space. So this reminds me of a time in my own life. Okay, so I would say that you're on a spiritual journey and you are supported. By that first card, there is support on your journey. And if there's physical support, then there's most definitely spiritual support. Okay, those go hand in hand. Now, the old wounds have created particular boundaries that are in place that are very, very necessary. That have been very, very necessary. This is where I'm going to go to my own experience, and you take from it whatever you take from it. Now, at this particular juncture of the experience that I'm sharing was a few years ago, 2024, 2023. It was 2023. I apologize. It was 2023. And I knew that I had a lot of attention on me already on a spiritual side of things. And I was having to do protective work. I was doing protection out the wazoo. Saw tiger's eye, fucking above the door things, everything like I did it. I did it. like, I don't care. I kept doing it and I kept doing it and I stayed on protection and I stayed on boundaries. And then the spirit said, you've done enough on the protection side of things. You've done so much protection. You're blocking the good things that could come to you. And I was like, oh, damn. Okay, gotcha. I gotcha. And I had to readjust. I had to readjust because I had been in protection mode for not just days or months, but years. And now I learned how to actually provide my body with protection through means of stones and resonance and mantras and like the jam, like we go over saying these blessings, they really work. And so, in those forms and in those ways, there were particular individuals that could get through those blockages. These particular individuals, number one, if their heart aligns with you, they're going to walk right through. But sometimes people can do things and spirits can get past those blockages. So I had my boundaries. And my boundary is and was, if we're sitting here in a conversation of, less than 5 to 10 minutes time, and you say something, and I say, no, thank you, and you continue to try to serve the same thing to me, I'm going to identify that very quickly, and I'm just going to end it. It's just going to be done right there. Because I want to see where every road can go. And when it goes to a direction that I don't like, that's where I drop my boundary. I learned how to establish boundaries from a distance so that when I walked up to the person, boom, the boundary was already in place. And then that's like evaluation and everything, right? And decide whether to hang out or not. That is one form, and that's what I talk about a lot. But there is also another way, and I do this as well at the same time, is I'm going to engage the relationship completely, 100%. I'm there. They're gonna get one. They're gonna give me one as I am, like good, good. But the moment that I see what I need to see, then I'm gonna drop that boundary. Boom, it's done in that moment. I don't care about the feelings. I don't care about this. I don't care about that. Guess what? They were using me from the beginning. They didn't know I was using them too. I just dropped a fucking block before arguments could get started. Did you get what you wanted? I got what I wanted. Say la vie. And so, on that regard, allow the help when it comes. But if your boundaries get crossed at any point, drop that like the gate at the castle. Shut that thing down because you're strong enough to identify those things. The spirit. This is what they do. They help us learn from what we've been through, so we can so that we can essentially be prepared for the situation. So we go into this awareness mode of the situation in the first place, and then we start essentially digging into information about the situation. As we dig into that information, we're allowing us to be familiar with our environment that somebody else is going to bring to us, or maybe that we have to walk into. Okay. And so we're able to like think this and think that, and whatever's happening there. Though the spirit does things beforehand so that we can learn and in that hermit mode by ourselves and get familiar with it, so that when we're working in the real world with somebody and it's active energy going on, we could make whatever decision or call we need to in the moment. We can be active participants in the creation of our world rather than by being absent. And fear will cause us to be absent. Too many boundaries will cause us to be absent. Actually, I'm pretty glad that that card came out because I've talked a lot about boundaries, and that's a really good portion of this. Is a really good awareness. Is knowing when enough protection, when enough protection is too much protection, and being able to truly identify the spirits and those who are actually family and I don't want to say friend because allies don't have to be friends. We can respect each other's difference and what they do with their life, and I don't have to agree with what you do, and I don't have to get along with you every day. That's what you do, that's what you're into. It doesn't hurt anybody else. I don't care. Good. You're not going around trying to hurt anybody or take anybody's stuff. Good. You do whatever you want. I don't care. I'm gonna go do what I want. We'll come together that one time a year and party and have fun, talk about, catch up on what we did, what I did, all that kind of stuff, whatever. Respect is I adopted respect beyond a like or dislike, and that makes things last. That makes things last well beyond the human time limit we'll put on something. That's for sure. Well, it's almost 4 in San Diego, so where I am, it's going on 7 a.m. I jumped on 3:30 a.m. Well, we got started about 3:15 a.m. technically, and Eastern time. So if it's 4 a.m., it's 3 hours minus. So I start at 1 a.m. In San Diego, and that energy's going out at 1 a.m. That's cool. So Carter asked, "Is there ever a time I should go back to lucid dreaming to expand it? Still kind of scares me to go back since the awakening." Um, in my own words, if I, in my own experience, I'm talking about myself here, so you can apply that information how you choose. Take how you would like to. But for my experience, what I've learned that I can do, I want to keep doing it because I'm going to have success in that. I'm going to find out things that I can do. I was talking with one individual in particular, um, and in being able to tap into abilities and so forth, number one, you got to follow your heart. And if fear is stopping you from following your heart, then what is that fear connected to? I have understood that fear for me comes out of not knowing about something. If I know about it, I can work around it, I can work with it, I can get the right tools, whatever the circumstance. But if I don't know about it, I can't do anything with it. For instance, in I can figure stuff out. But what I'm getting at is I still haven't looked up stuff on spiders. Now I know like a black widow, there's pretty darn obvious. But like a brown recluse, she could look like another spider. I don't freaking know. It could be a little brown recluse or something. I don't freaking know. So I made a deal with spiders a long time ago, and I said, if you come to me, I'm just letting you know what's happening. I'm sending you to the next freaking life. That's just a deal we got. Unless you like a Black Widow. I left them alive. I didn't kill them. They were outside though. And they were on me. I found where they were. And so I left them alone. They didn't come find me. That was different. If they were on me or in my shit, well, then I would have been a different story. Well, I think I did take one outside. I like the Black Widows. Those are pretty cool. Anyways, but out of not knowing, I don't know which one's poison is going to hurt me or which one is just going to be a little bump I'm going to have for a few days. You know, I don't know. So I just kill them all. That's why fear comes up. It's because you don't know. But again, if you've had if you're depending on your own personal experience, those are your choices to make. You know, some things I ain't going back to in my life, and if I find myself back with it, I'm leaving it. There's some things in my life I made decisions on a damn long time ago. And if you a psychic motherfucker to any degree, you can look at my past and you can see what I've been through. And to put I made peace with what I'm good living without. Everything else, whatever I need to get where I'm going, let's get it done. Let's acquire it, work on it, do it, learn it, master it. But the more people using their abilities, the better our world gets. And this is something I've been talking about. For you to turn on your light, to utilize your ability of astral sight, means that in some way, you're helping all the good people be blessed more. Because you can see something no one else in the world can. And someone else can pick up what you saw. And the more they can see, the more is known. The more that is known, the more light that can shine. The more light that can shine, the brighter our world gets. The dark age will be over. They say the dark ages were back in medieval Europe. I contest that. I believe the dark ages extended well past that time. Well past that time. And to remain in fear is to remain to a low vibration. I don't remain in fear over things. I recognize what's in front of me and I do whatever I got to do to get past it. If what I'm going at's over there, I don't care if I got to go backwards and make a U turn and go another way. I don't care if I got to crush the thing over down. I dance around. Whatever I got to do, what I have to do, I'll do. I would rather do the kindest thing and just pass right on by and nothing happened. That's not what's gonna happen. That's not what's set up. There's an obstacle in my life, so I'm gonna get through that so that I can get on my journey. It ain't gonna be my last obstacle either. So I want to learn from it. The more you learn, the more you know, and the most you can learn is from yourself, of yourself, by seeing the entire world and every element, plant and tree, water, fire, all of it, sun and moon, father and mother, son, the whole thing. That's you. You are the packaged deal. And fear means you don't believe in yourself. Fear means you don't trust yourself. And I yearn and I'm happy to keep coming back every single day that maybe you will learn and be able to do those two things. You will have trust in yourself and you will be confident in your decisions. And you will be able to say, well, I'd like to do that. Well, I don't want to do that. Well, I don't know about that. Let's try it out. Let's see where we're at. Last time I tried it, I wasn't in a good state of being. But now I'm doing good. Well, when I'm not doing good, bad things happen. When I'm doing good, good things happen. If, keeping that proper, respectful imbalance of that energy, well, then, if you're in a good state of being, by all means, that's going to create different results. It's since your awakening, things have happened. You've learned a few things. Maybe you get that confidence today. Maybe you start developing that trust tonight with yourself, of yourself. It changes everything. It changes everything because you understand that the confidence you wind up having, it's not empty, but it's based on your past. It's based on what you've actually worked through and done. And the only way to do that is to try to accomplish something. And the moment you accomplish something, boom, you got something in your back pocket. And then the next thing you look at and try, maybe you fail at it. Okay, can't do that. Let me try this. Ooh, I was able to do that. I put that skill in my back pocket. And so, on a whole nother tunage of an answer, Carter, I have found on the spiritual journey that there are some things that I have experienced and learned and been taught from the universe just through life around me being presented that and then there's another time there's the other side of the coin, completely other side of the coin. And I've learned certain things in my life, and what winds up happening is the spirit just needed me to know that I could do it. It's not anything I needed to be an expert in. I just needed to be able to know I could do it because I'll need to use that in the future. I don't need to be the master at it. Just the fact that I can execute what I need to do is enough and sufficient. So that could be part of that. Maybe it was just for that moment. Maybe you're able to tap back into it and activate it and really tap into it more than before. Do it. Look up online. Look up scientific articles on lucid dreaming. This about lucid dreaming. All different kinds of words you punch in, it's going to pull up different results. Try to look for something that's got a study, scientific. Look for other people's personal experiences that they've shared, and when it connects with something you've experienced, that's your affirmation because you had the confirmation in the experience of itself. So the affirmation comes when you find somebody else's accounting of experienced it. Now you know this is a real fact. Now you know this is something solid in the world. Now you can put this in your solid cognitive. Yeah, we could do this anytime we need to. Boom. Might need to make a little special journal for all your abilities and skills. For yourself. For yourself. And to the people here that know or don't know, uh, Jim, aka screen name by James, one of the mods, part of the fam, he brother, he his power went out because a lightning struck a transformer, and so he's without power. So so you want to send blessings his way, I would definitely encourage that. Um, I'm definitely he talking about Sunday for the power to come back on, and I'm like, oh, I don't just hope, I'm sending some blessings your way, approach, and get that turned on sooner, man. It's like I got it at work and over at this other place. Well, what about the fam at home? Well, I'm sure he's considering, knows that, but that's just where my mind went. I didn't say it. It didn't need to be said. I might be saying too much. No, we're sending blessings his way anyways. So that's all good. Super cool. Very welcome, Carter. Yeah, okay. Yeah, truly. This is I took the cue from I never been skydiving before. I want to say that I'm afraid of it, but I like my life, and anyways, but generally, I don't know. I think I saw it in a movie or something like that. But like the dude scared of skydiving, and he says meet somebody and they tell him, they're like, well, the only way to overcome a fear is to face it. And so the guy goes skydiving. I think in the movie became an avid skydiver, whatever the case, whatever, however it went through. But fears limit us because a fear is associated with a known ending. Okay, a known ending that involves something that we don't want to go through in any form or shape. Well, that's what we're trying to run away from. But that hasn't happened. But that didn't happen. So for me, since I was a child, I've seen people since I was 5 years old. I've been watching people run away from their emotions. I'm watching every single person run away from their own emotions. And then every single person that I talk to, I've been saying this since I was young. We have the same feelings. The same extreme joy that you can have, I can have the same extreme joy. The same extreme low that I've experienced, you you've experienced it too. There's we have the capacity to feel the same emotions. But I would be around people, and every time I'd say that for years and years and years, it's no, my feelings are unique to me. You don't feel this happiness. This is the only I'm the only one that ever feels this happy. This is what I'm feeling. I'm the only one. Oh, you're separating yourself, but you're running away from yourself too. Hmm. And it doesn't usually have a good conversation route. So that's why I've really learned to pay attention when friendships start to go south. You know when things feel off. I just started to pay attention to those things. But I'd go back to this situation, different person, same situation. And I look at and I just let it play out. I just let it play out. The other person gets to win. They get to have everything they want. I lost with the other person, and I just know that I lost horribly. But the next person, I said, okay, I choose to lose, but I choose to learn. My goal is to learn. My goal is information. Their goal is a material object or whatever their fancy is. So, straight off the bat, we're after two different things. They don't know that. I do. So, the moment I start smelling things go south, as much as I've tried to keep things kosher on my end, in my from my actions, from my mouth of my dealings, the moment I see things go south, mm, I'm cautious as a serpent, cautious as a snake. But I'm gonna run like a little bunny rabbit. I saw a video. Thank you very much for that. I saw a video the other day, and it was this bunny rabbit. It was a bunny rabbit. There were three greyhound dogs, three of them, and I saved it in my favorites. And the video showed for like more than a minute. It was like 2+ minutes. No breaks, no cuts. And those three dogs, they could not catch that rabbit. Could not catch it. That motherfucker was fast. Little, but fast. See, it depends what you're aiming for in a friendship, in a relationship. What is your goal? And what is their goal? Usually those are two different things because those types of things are never talked about. They're kept hidden because one person's trying to get their ups in the world. And the only way that people have found how to get their ups is by stepping on the little guy. Well, I support the little guy. I support the underdog. I support the individual who everybody's laughing at. I support the individual who's seeking that good life because they got a loving heart and they still believe in some goodness in the world and almost send those blessings their way. The Divine Mother, they're going to send blessings their way. And all those blessings, it's a whole lot of positive vibrational energy. It doesn't allow the room for negativity. It doesn't allow the room for continued complaining. I don't complain because I know that that is an energy. I do not want to waste energy. I know energy is precious. And the way I spend energy, what I'm doing in my life, I want to make sure that I help the right ones. I want to ensure that I can boost the correct people in their morality, in their morals, in their sense of self, in the trust of their own selves, in the confidence of themselves. Fear creeps up so much. Why? I can't do that. They'll laugh at me. I'll get so far, but then I fail. Well, maybe something will come back and nobody will like me anymore, and now I'm the odd person out. If you happen to get kicked out of the nest, if you're in a job, company, school, wherever there's a social thing going on amongst the people, obviously, if you get kicked out of the social grouping, but you still interacting, still going back to that space, you got kicked out the nest. When you get kicked out the nest, that's spiritual initiation because you can either live and be favored by man, human, or you can be favored by divinity. Pick one. You got to pick one. That's this is why it's not about following me or anybody else. It's about following your own heart because that's going to lead you to divinity. And divinity is going to get you exactly into where alignment happens. And where alignment is, well, that's the flow state. And if you reach the flow state on a regular day, back to back to back to back to back, then it doesn't matter what you decide to do. Wherever your heart's driven, it's going to align successful results for you. Manifestation is very possible. Divinity divinity is something to work towards. It's something to grow into. And I tell you what, any tree of life, and if you didn't know the tree of life, that's you. That's you. That's your body. That's your spine. That's your brain, your heart. The tree of life is within you. And if that tree of life, if that seed starts to sprout, there are energies in the world who notice that. And they don't want that sprout to grow. So they want to do things and present things that are going to cause fear to crop up. Because when a person is living in a state of fear, they wind up creating their own prison, their own cage. Now, hermit mode and going into the cave to study and learn, and as like you're within the mother's womb and you're now that you're going through a transformation and metamorphosis, that's one thing. That's one thing. Or I should say that's another thing. That's there's those we'll be talking about. And but when one indulges in the fears around them, they create the cage themselves. The opposition won. They didn't want you to create because you're a creator. So to move in life without fear, but to put in calculation, to put in observation, to put in adaptation, well, then we can face fear and get to know what is in the world. We can start moving in it. Something I've learned in my life is that I literally made a solid decision in myself a long time ago that I don't I don't listen to the same rhetorical complaining. When somebody chooses a life and they go back to it, well then that was their choice. There's no divine law and order where compulsion is put in its place. If compulsion caused the action to happen, divine law and order wasn't present. That means that nothing can actually align in those circumstances. In my past, I would I would listen. I would listen over and over and over, and I would care. But then I found that all that, all that heart started making me angry because they were in a bad situation, and the only one who could get them out of it was themselves, which is their own choice to make, not mine. And that's when I really started leaving people with what they have. I can read the cards, I can give the advice, I could shoot this idea or that idea, I would share whatever. But this is why each person's choices belong to their own, truly. The lives that we have created, is that the life that you want to the end? Or do you want something different? That's a decision that only the will of the heart can carry out. If there is no will of the heart because it's been dominated by compulsion for so long, it's just like an individual who's stuck in Plato's cave theory. They're too busy looking at the shadows on the wall. It don't matter what you got or where you're leading them to freedom and to the rest of the world. They're going to stay right there in that chair and watch the shadows on the wall rather than grab their freedom. So I've noticed that in life, and that's, well, I have to respect the boundaries of others. It's not easy to do. It's not what's wanted. I would want different things, but I've learned in my life that those things aren't possible. They're not. The only way that they're possible is just to be who I am and be an encouragement. That's the only thing. Then when you feel bad for somebody, you say, "Oh, I'm sorry." Well, what are you sorry for? What did you do? What was it that you did that causes them to be in that situation? Nothing. You did nothing. You have nothing to apologize for. You have nothing to be sorry about. When somebody's not doing good, certainly you want some of the good energy. And this is where it comes into sending the energy every single day so it just gets thrown in the trash can. When they talk about don't cast your pearls before swine, yes, that scripture is very much, as I learned for all them years, talking about what we're talking about, words. Don't say all your wisdom to a fool. But for me, I'll shoot wisdom out there because a fool, they could transform. They got that possibility if they get the right information. Who knows when it might be applicable to them in the future? Who knows when their transformation may happen? I planted some seeds. Who knows? Maybe, maybe not. And though when I think of casting pearls before swine, I do not. I see the. I don't see a word as the pearl. I see legitimate energy resonating as the pearl itself. And to send energy to somebody else with intent and focus to do so, that that's the pearl, is the energy. It's the energy. I know where I put all my pearls, and if somebody don't like them, I'll go collect that one right back. No harm, no foul, no nothing. I got what I got, but I got plenty. I got plenty. I share, share blessings, share the blessings, share the energy, share the positivity. Misused, simply reclaimed. And not shared again, man, for sure. Got to learn what somebody's going to do when they have something in their hands to do it with. My mind goes back to the parallel where the dad or whoever it was, I forget the details, master, whatever, dude gives the people the coins or a value. One goes and he digs a hole and buries his, and the other one like invests in it. And the dude comes back, he's like, "Oh, boom, you got return on the money I gave you, sweet." And the one who just buried his, like he took his coin and he gave it to the dude who had the most. Just took it away from him. He wasn't responsible. He didn't do nothing with it. He gave them the coins so that they could keep the business running with whatever skills they had, whatever they could do. And that's our light. If we decide to turn it on or not, when we turn our light on, that energy is being shared. Other people are being encouraged, and the world going round and round ever much more. Take care so far, one. And on the tunage of sleep, sleep is very important. 8 hours of sleep is extremely important. Now, there is a meditation technique that can be performed, and I've done it in the past, and it was remarkably powerful. But essentially, you wind up getting right up to the edge of when you're like nodding off, going to sleep. But there's a way to keep enough attention within the mind, eh, but yet the body goes to sleep, but you're still conscious, but the body's literally sleeping. Okay, you're literally you're literally in the in between. And if you can if you can move into this state when you're transitioning and stay consciously active, then you can stay in this state for like 4 hours and you'll get the equivalent of an 8 hour rest within that short time zone, because essentially when the body goes to sleep, there's like processes that have to happen. But if you're able to stay conscious through this meditation technique, then you can actually like things speed up. Okay, so you're able to do that faster. um the mind is going to become um sleep. For me, sleep is like information, man. That's the gold right there. Sleep is so important. The body regenerates, the brain regenerates, everything's regenerated when we sleep. If you don't sleep, then your body doesn't regenerate. Your thoughts don't actually, your cycles aren't complete. You're interrupting your own cycles. Your cycles can't actually have a full rotation before they're interrupted. And in that state, you will never be able to make a good decision. You will never be able to move out of a bad situation. You will be stuck indefinitely. This is what the world does to people. This is what I identified that they kept trying to do to me. And every single time I was like, oh shit, I'm out. And when I started recognizing, well, it took me longer. I have to get my head hit up against the wall a few times before I learned. But the more and more I learned, shoot, well, I don't need to wait for that to happen. This happened. And this is number one before that happens way over there. So when that happened, that's when I'm out. Screw that. If I'm in a position where I can't get my sleep, screw that. I ain't sticking around. Guaranteed not. I've had my sleep. I have been spiritually attacked in a form, in multiple ways, psychologically in this one particular, not this house, another house, back in New Mexico. And they got to the point where nothing worked. So they did everything they could to put me into a state of sleep deprivation. Because if you cannot get enough sleep, you will start to screw up. You will start to screw up. Why? Because the reason why you're not sleeping is to put time into this real 3D world. So you wind up focusing so much of your body into the 3D world that your mind literally starts seeing and hearing the other side of the veil. And that's why somebody commented earlier that they hear they hear things. However, it was they heard that happens. You go long enough without sleep, you'll start hearing voices. You're hearing the other side. Your other senses are popping up because you're going to connect to that side. So if you're only just focused on the material world and you've not done anything shamanic, you've not done any shadow work, you're nothing on that scope, you just focusing on this material, and that's why you're not getting sleep, then you're literally activating yourself on a spiritual side of note to deal with things that you can't handle. And your life is going to get worse and worse and worse. Sleep is very, very vital. Now, there are times for myself where I will go 48 to, I'll go into the 68, 60 hour range of no sleep. But at about that range, I don't care if I still got goose to go. I'm gonna lay down. I want to get some sleep. I don't want to go that long without. I get my sleep. I get my sleep. And there are times when come up and I don't get so much sleep because I am focused on a project. And until that project's finished, well, I gotta handle this. But as soon as that project's finished, my sleep is gonna be my priority number one before everything. I need to eat, sleep, eat, get a nice good tummy, lay down in my like little recline. It's not, I don't got a recliner, but I got it kind of set up so I could be propped up because you don't want to eat and lay down. The food will come back to your windpipe and it'll cause problems, and you have to go get a surgery and
acid reflux will come up through there because the little pipe thing will get like broken. Yeah. If you don't know anything about all that, yeah, it's nice. I forget the name of it. My mom had the issue. Um, but hiatal or hiatal hernia. I think that's what they called it. And they're like, oh, we could sew it back together, but there's a blah 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 percentage chance it could tear back open. And my mom's like, oh fuck, I'm not gonna go through surgery just to have it screw up. So she never got the surgery, but yeah, those things can wind up happening, and sleep isn't so like yeah, I recline and I'll pass out until I feel that I'm good. That and actually for myself, that's what I'm gonna do today. Today, when I get off of here, I'm getting myself some food. I'm gonna get myself some food. I'm gonna get myself a tummy, nice full tummy, and then I'm gonna pass out because I feel like I haven't got enough sleep, and I feel like whatever needed to be done was done, and I can chill out. What I need to do was done, and boom boom, and that's what I plan on. I plan on sleeping today because I do feel a bit extra tired today. What time did I go to bed yesterday? 7 o'clock hour, and I woke up at 1:30 a.m. 6 hours, couple hours shy of my. I know I was way shy the night before, and I the night before that I had got like 4 hours of sleep, maybe. Take care, Karen. Any anime I've been into, Black God, pretty good. Uh, but I haven't been watching anime lately. uh, I've really been kind of. I've been posting videos of the movies I watch. When something positive pops up, I really likes in, chimes in. Oh, you know what? I take it back. I take it back. Yesterday I was watching Boy and the Beast. The Boy and the Beast. That's an anime technically. I was watching The Boy and the Beast. Oh, that's what I was looking for over here. Take out. Yeah. Thank you for all the positive comments and everything on TikTok. And actually, Miss Julia, great question. Well, I pretty much mentioned it, but why are they trying to stop us from napping? Yeah, when people interrupt your sleep, I noticed this for when I was younger. Wake me up all early for school and stuff like that and whatnot. And I know that we're spiritually active when we're sleeping, and I know that our physical bodies are regenerating. Those two things are definitely happening, and kind of as mentioned and explained, but yeah, sleep deprivation, an angered state, be agitated, all of those negative emotions that we don't like to feel, that causes us to make mistakes. And when a bully who can't do things in life
Okay? They can't do things. I've known people can't do certain things. I'm not picking on nobody because I had a certain past, so I got the experiences I needed to know how to do that. But there's people out there, they don't know how to cook. They don't know how to do anything else other than turn the oven on, put it in. I know somebody, the only thing they could cook, they were they were up there in age. The only thing they know how to actually cook was spaghetti. There's not another meal they could cook. Not they couldn't cook. The spaghetti was that was the only stuff they had to cook. Everything else was like cereal or this or that, sandwich, whatever. Like mm, some people don't know how to do things, um, and so they will try to chip away at us, at an individual, at yourself, in any form that they can, so that you're going to make a bad decision. Because when you make a bad decision, they can stick you into guilt. And if they can stick you into guilt, then you're going to do what they can't do of what they wanted. See, they use underhanded methods. I got respect for a motherfucker who'll come up to me and say, "This is what I want. This is who I am. You up for it?" You know what? Because you told me who you are, because you told me what you were up to, I'm not into any of those things. But you know what? I'll give you a hand because you were honest with me. I can work with honesty. I can't work with deception. I can't work with deception. Decepticon, flip change, go sideways, go south. That's undependable. One thing the divine taught me how to do in my shamanic journey is how to be dependable. How am I with living on donations from people? I've got my GoFundMe connected on my main page. If you care to, thank you. And thank you for all those that have the gifts and so forth and so on. but but how can I be dependable when I can't, when I don't even have a 9 to 5 to go make sure that I can keep my stuff with me? I'm dependable because I'm always going to be me. That's what the divine has taught me, to be me, not to pretend to be somebody else or something else, but how to be me, how to show me what I'm capable of doing and allowing me the freedom to be able to use that ability in a situation, whatever the case. Dependability comes down to knowing who you are. You can depend on yourself to be you, and that's enough. Other people, that's why they got to use negative emotions. Somebody that's frustrated all the time, every day, they're trying to do something from 4 years ago they still can't do. And every day they're frustrated because they ain't able to do that one thing they started out that long time ago. That's why I like a deep conversation. I want to find out what happened 4 years ago. Well, shit, could we squash it out? Maybe I got the skills and ability. Maybe I got the stuff to knock out what you need. I just give it to you. How about that? Boom. What? Yeah. We'll work on it together. Whatever you run the project, however you want it, whatever you want to do. Boom. I'll be your helper. Yeah. Yeah. Let's knock it out. And then they go do stuff and they're happy. They're not getting upset. They're why? Because they got to do what their heart desired to do. That's what everybody's trying to go after, is what their heart wants. What kind of heart we got, that depends on us. It could be a cruel heart. It could be a loving heart. Hopefully you choose love. Let's see. Where do we go? What we got over here on TikTok? Let's check. Alrighty. Today is feeling like it's just a nice, good, chill day. And I think I'm going to jump off an hour early. So I'll give it another 13 minutes here or so. And at the top of the hour, and until tomorrow. Somebody asked for a story from my own life. You know, there's somebody next to me, man. You should move. I'll figure some out. I'll pull some up real quick. um, Something I haven't shared. After my mom passed on, I mean, my brain's searching through things, and I've shared a bunch, and I'm kind of running over some things I've shared before. But one of the most best times of my life, I was working at a metaphysical shop, and I would do tarot readings for other people, and but I wouldn't do them for myself. Like like I said, like on a video game, only when I get to a point where I can't figure it out, fine, I'll open up the cheat book. You know, I'll look up the strategy guide or whatever the case. But until I get to that point, I'm not. I don't need to go to the cards. I don't need to. I don't need to look into anything. If I can figure it out on my own, then I'll do it on this side. If I can't, well, then I'll go. I'll, I'll, I'll get those open. But things were progressing, and I wasn't in them. I just wasn't doing readings for myself. Just didn't care to. And when I was working at the metaphysical shop, it seemed like every single person that came in was their own tarot message. The people themselves were bringing me like the messages that I needed, like just things out of thin air that connected to exactly what I was going through. And within 24-hour time, or I'd have two people come in with the same experience, or within a 48-hour time, I'd have two or more people with the same experience come in, and they'd mention the same kind of stuff, but their own personal thing going on, but the same. It's amazing how the universe will send you messages if you start to believe. When they see that you believe and that you hear them, they'll start interacting with you. But if you don't believe, then why are they going to put the work into you? Why are they going to help you out? See, these invisible energies in our world, conscious structures, cycles and patterns, alignments, when you follow your heart, you're dependable because of they know you're going to do what you're going to do. The whole rest of the world now, that's who knows. That's a wild card right there. I've been having a good morning. I've been having a good day. There's one moment in the reading I actually yawned. I was like, oh my gosh. I think that's the part that said, you know what, I think I need to sleep sooner than later. I don't usually yawn in the middle of going through the gym. I try to keep it as unnoticed as possible. But there was one that jumped up at me. I was like, whoa. These energies for the next, till the 28th, till the next eclipse. Definitely, things in the world are changing and shifting. Um, Science and ancient understanding is colliding. Understanding that the aliens we've been looking for may very much the ones still here. Ooh, that's what I wanted to talk about. Okay, it's talking about Blind Frog Ranch. Blind Frog Ranch? Was it Blind Frog? No, no, Skinwalker Ranch. It's talking about Skinwalker Ranch. There's an interview with a guy and another guy. And I haven't watched the last two seasons because I, I don't subscribe to it or whatever. Even when you got Prime, you still gotta buy the last two seasons. So I haven't been able to watch season 7. Anyways, but I watched quite a bit of it, and I think it's pretty fascinating because they're investigating this anomaly, and they have drones that'll fly around it, and in particular, they were talking about how the um, now they had set up drones to like do some sort of like a thing. They had drones that were like with the anomaly, but then they had drones that were like they were like they they, they were going to perform a test, and the test involved like things coming from the drones or something of the sort. And and they said that when they launched those drones, they started having all these issues with them, and and it said that the drones started falling. It started chasing them. Literally, the drones were chasing the people, the humans, and falling out of the sky. Now they had all sorts of high technology, whatever the case, they explain it all way better in the interview on a technical basis than I ever could. Anyways, but before they said it, my brain was already thinking it. And it went back to another individual, to Bigelow, and he mentioned that whatever's on that property is precognitive. It knows what's happening before it happens, essentially. If when they've done things that they didn't plan on doing, but they just did it at the last moment, they had success and non-interference. They caught the intelligence off guard because the intelligence, the foreign intelligence, is able to tap into everything, including thoughts. This is why my thought process is a pattern of forgetfulness. Calculation, all sorts of stuff, but I forget shit on purpose and lose where I'm going on purpose because I'm already that this shit's been on this planet screwing it up for a good long while. And what they are surrounding is a ship that is cloaked in real technology, and every single time a plan is made, it's already known, so interference can pop up. It's a combination of a sentient type of AI system, sentient type of AI system, along with, because on their ship that is downed, they have enough resources to essentially last indefinitely. They can stay there forever, pretty much, and sustain their life. The ship has what they need forever. So they're safe there. And every single time somebody comes trying to probe around it and poke at it, they try to move it away. When it became when their testing took to a different turn with a different element, that's when it turned aggressive. not just failures, but aggressive in its response. You gonna come at me? Shit, I'm coming at you. For me, that's how I work in life. Otherwise, shouldn't leave me alone. Leave me alone. I won't mess with. I won't mess with you. I won't. What I focus on, that's what's gonna have some manifestation in there. But if I'm not focusing on it, then I ain't having any effect on it. Hmm. We look at Star Trek, cloaking technology, as if uh, as if it's sci-fi. What if the future is sci-fi? What if sci-fi is born forth from our very planet? What if the crash and fall of Earth involved no longer to being able to have interstellar travel that we once developed into? And what if we re-attain that interstellar travel? We're just figuring out what we did before. That's it. Our ancestors are you and I. We are our ancestors. We are lives reincarnated, souls reincarnated into different bodies, trying to figure out the same solution to same problem that happened way back at the fall. We've been trying to get our memory back. We've been trying to get our smarts back. There's some things, and I said, well, man, I thought about Tesla. I thought about Tesla the other day. Nikola Tesla. 2 days ago, yesterday, I don't know. I don't know. It just thought jumps into my mind. I said, okay, let's play pretend for a second. Nikola Tesla was supported, and his inventions went global. Everybody has access to all of this free energy. We've had some pretty bad things happen in our world. Maybe something even worse catastrophically could have happened if it actually was shared that early. Maybe we wouldn't have moved into a golden age at all. Maybe we that would have been the destructive route before we knew what we were actually able to you know how to have a proper heart. We gotta have a proper heart before we get some superior technology. Because we've certainly seen the pitfalls of having a bad heart and advancing with technology. Hey, Jim. Glad to see you there. Whoa. Owen Snelson said even mentions that appeared in Cornwall, England, which I witnessed with my own two eyes. A strange UFO, not spaceship shape, was almost having a malfunctioning cloaking technology. Yo, yo, that's real. Some real stuff. I mean, we if we thought about if we think about our experiences on this world collectively it's if we look at our rate of progress on technology, like they got the planes that they're doing so that your radars can't detect them and shoot totally invisible to to the eye as well. Um, Put that on a trajectory of X amount of years in the future, 100 years in the future, 1,000 years in the future. One thing that we do as humans is we, generally speaking, are not a species that gets stuck. We're a species of creators and we create solutions. Sure, it might take this person to find the problem and this person over here to create the solution, but somehow it gets available and known to the world and everybody could have access to it. Uh, that's pretty darn spiffy to me. My dreams, typically I don't dream. I pass out and I wake up. I see. I wake up like I lay down, and that's how that goes. um, when I do dream, well, it's like a typical dream like I would have, but I'll have like visionary kind of dreams, which is like I'm literally there. I'm literally like standing there, and what's going on? Oh, hey, I'm interacting with whatever I'm interacting with, or when whatever situation I'm in, and I just feel like I'm living one of my another life or something. I don't somewhere else. But whether it's a dream or anything, like, oh man, there was one I had recently. It was really nice too. It was really nice. But usually, what I like more than the dream itself, I'm gonna tell you what I focus on. Is not necessarily the dream itself. Well, yeah, duh, but it's the memory. Now, and this is why I say I don't necessarily focus on the dream itself, but how could I like not focus on the dream but like think of it as a memory and not have anything to know what the memory was of? Okay. So for me, I love when I dream. I love when I wake up and I knew that I dreamt. I don't care to write it down. I I the energy was more important and I accept the energy. That's the big thing. Receive the energy, you're good. So like I'll wake up and I'll know that I had a dream or two or whatever the case, and I'll just feel happy because I literally feel like I went on vacation. I literally I literally have the energetical energy. I have the energetical memory. It's an energetical feeling. It's a feeling of that memory. It's the feeling of that experience. And that's what I'm feeling. And that's the memory. And literally, it just goes into my back pocket with the. I just got to go on a cruise ship and sail to another country and have experience over there, and came back. And I didn't even have to pack my bags. Sheesh, and I feel great too. Like, literally, that's when I dream. That's my thought process. That's my experience. That's how I view them, um, and that's how I interact with them personally. But like, yeah, I do have the visionary type, and like I'm really there, astral projection and stuff like that. When I have those types, when I actually have memory and like I was there in a body and everything, like those kind of memories, those are spectacular because I have the imagery and I know the experience. I have the information of the memory and I have the energy from the memory. And so together, it's like I literally did it. In my world, it's like it literally, truly happened. And this is a science thing. Dr. Joe Dispenza will help you understand this. Other people are a bit aware of this. Um, though, like, by looking at the image, I populate it into my reality, okay? By staring at the divines all day of the ancient Egyptians, I'm populating the presence that I'm living amongst them because that's what's in my head. I'm seeing Divine Mother. I'm seeing Divine Father. I'm seeing the Divine Son. I'm seeing the Tree of Life. I'm seeing ancient Egypt. I see the Father of Chaos himself. He taught me a lot of what I know. I, I, that's what I'm surrounded with. And so for me, my energy field feels as if that's where I'm at. That's what I'm surrounded by. The brain of what we how the eyes see what it sees and the way we convert it into the reality of our belief is astonishing once you start to understand that and use it to your benefit so as to coordinate what you want to become. What you surround yourself with is what you're going to become in that direction. You're going to move in that direction. If you hang around with wise people, you're going to become wise. If you hang around foolish people, you're going to become foolish. You're going to watch the wise people and being around their energy every day. It's not just watching them, but their energy, we wind up copying their energy because their energy is stronger than ours. They're wise. So it's more penetrating. And so we're in a state of learning and we adapt that energy. When we're in a group of foolish people, we want to hang out and have fun and we want to be the life of the party and make everybody laugh. So that's what we're trying to do. And that's the results you get over there. Because you're just copying, trying to have fun. You're not trying to copy to watch out and be careful and all that kind of stuff. Thanks, Owen. I love it. Yes, absolutely. I do appreciate your comments as well. So, what's up, Eric? So, on the when Jim put, they're going to come up with teleporters too. Okay, so they're literally teleporting tiny, tiny microscopic. However, still physical. They're teleporting it. So now you could believe me or not, but if teleporters come up in our lifetime, don't ever get into one of them. Don't do it. If your physical body turns to nothing, you're dead. What shows up on the other side is a copy. You cannot you cannot disintegrate your molecular structure and have it reappear without going through proper death, rebirth, new life cycle. The soul's got to do what it's got to do to get into a real body. I'm telling you. They are coming up with them and they are inventing them. See, portals are different. When I work with a portal, I'm very aware that this is my soul energy that's doing. Now, the portal that was active on Earth to be able to transport actual matter Well, that was an actual tunnel to go through, okay? On a quantum and literal level, that was an actual tunnel to go through. It could transport it safe to the other side instantly, practically. It's like, connecting a wormhole. And on Earth, when Earth crashed, our wormhole closed. That's when we couldn't go back and forth. That's when everybody got stuck here. We're all stuck here. That's what nobody understands. Them and us are stuck here. We can't make it anywhere else. That's the reality. No, only if we unite back together, all of us, only if we unite back together can we rediscover and rebuild the structure of this planet to become that portal so that we can live here and transportations can happen and we can get technologies from other planets because the metals we need are not here. The how we produce them and make them, it's got to be done on another atmosphere. Okay, you think about a scientist. He goes into a safe room, and within the safe room, he has a safe box, and it's clear, and he has two gloves he can stick his hands in, and then work with whatever he's working with safely. Well, think about the reverse. Think about the room being keeping the body safe, and the atmosphere with the gloves that's in the regular atmosphere of the planetary environment. So then, what could be formed and constructed? Get that construct? Okay. So this is that kind of. We just need ours. We need the pyramids reactivated essentially. That's what Tesla was working on. If you weren't aware of it, because we need to put them. We need to add some. Things have changed over the years, and he was trying to figure out how to do it. He was working on something before his time. That is a fact. And when I say before his time, I don't mean technologically. I mean people, the energy. 2012, Aquarius hadn't even kicked in. That wasn't even in sight. We were still in a negative energy back then. But that came in and it was preserved. People could make a lot of things and say the information disappeared and whatnot, but I'll tell you what, it was preserved more than anything. And it's not been lost. That's for sure. You see, this is why all of our lives matter. Because if we can help each other reach the genius state of being, okay, genius it's truly a state of being. It's you're in that flow state and you're tapping in to alignment. And so the genius is following alignment. They're tuned in with that alignment. It's nothing that needs to be taught. It's nothing they need to be taught to do. They just need to have the interactions to be able to really, you know, learn how to stay in that flow of alignment with new activity coming in, all that good stuff. Really, it's just I think that see in the past, everybody figured if they could make it work, then they'd be gatekeeper. Oh, I'm gatekeeper. I gotta do this. I could stop them from doing that. Blah 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 blah. Control mechanisms. Like they were used. Everybody I see in the past how like all the species really kind of they had their own freedom to do what they needed, and you know when you have your freedom to do what you need to, everything's pretty hunky dory. Everybody gets along. But when space gets cramped, what happens? Elbows start rubbing, and things start happening, friction starts happening, and problems start kicking up. It's not a problem that would have happened if each person, if each group, if each whatever had, in whichever life had their sufficient amount of space to do what they needed. But with a lack of sufficient space and resources, desperation and this and that, and now it's all going down in the toilet. See, our global issue has been just us really accepting each other. We've been fighting the wrong issue. We've been fighting the wrong problem. That's all I see. And that's why I continue to keep my focus where I keep my focus. Because I know the rest of the world is going to be looking in the directions that they know to look in. That's what they're doing already. I can't change nobody, not like that. Not that I would want to either. And together we can do more. Together we can figure out way, way more. And seeing our commonality, our issue, our same issue. It's all of our same issue. And we start waking up to that a little bit more and more. We can start changing things a little bit more and more. It's not that the new beautiful world or thing or place is created overnight, but it's the fact that the entire community chipped in. Because now when everybody from the community steps back and looks at the project that was completed, she knows she contributed to flowers over there. He helped lay the foundation. Da 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 da. Everybody knew that they had a part. Their hands were part of that, and that's a type of satisfaction and accomplishment that when it goes and is registered, bam! Hey, what could we do next together? We did that. What y'all want to do next? I don't know. Let's think about it for a while. We'll see who has a good idea. Chat next week. All right. Cool. But it's a continual work. It's a continual effort. Anything easily gained is not worth having because it will be just as easily lost. I've learned that. I've learned that much in life. So I like to work hard for what I wind up getting, whatever it is in this life. I know that much. And I've gotten some things pretty easily. And those things I got pretty easily, I wind up losing them pretty easily. Kind of funny and interesting too. I got an interesting experience to share with you. It's happened over the case of way more than one item and over a course of many months. And I noticed, like I've got my coffee mug, my traveling coffee mug, right? Boom, got that guy. And so I was traveling and whatnot, and I dropped that mug. And when I got where I was going, didn't have my mug. So I literally walked back a mile, dropped all my stuff off, walked back a mile, walked. Hopefully, I find what I'll walk all the way to where I left and try to find it. I'll appreciate getting that mug when I got it. And well, I found it. I found it sitting there, and the lid was still closed, and the coffee was still warm. It wasn't hot. It was still warm. Dang, dude, I had coffee for the way back. It was really cool. And maybe it was still hot. I don't know, whatever the case. But I was able to get my coffee mug again. I've had that happen with a few things and I've had that for a long time. During that course of time, there was a couple of items now that, like I said, that coffee mug is just one out of many things that I had dropped and went back and boom, it was there. But there were some things, such as one lady gave me a pair of sunglasses. And I was walking and these sunglasses fell and I retraced my steps and I could not find them. They were gone.
Somebody else took them, found them, whatever the case. Things that I was given that I did not have in my possession for a long time, I lost them. If I lost them, they were lost forever. They were gone forever. But if it was something that I had in my possession for a long time and I lost it, wherever I go back, boom, it'd be there. Huh, interesting. So the only thing I could really know is that the resonance of my energy was strong enough to make sure it got back to me. I could fill in a bunch of other ideas along the way, but that's what I know the conclusion on. And if did not have the item long enough, then my energy was not impressed upon the object. And since my energy was not impressed upon the object, it was not able to be kept safe, and poof, it's gone. Interesting. Interesting reality to experience. This happened, like I said, over the course of many months, and a good set of items, because I every single day I walked a minimal of 4 miles, minimum, usually up to 6 to 10 miles a day, but minimal 4 miles definitely I was covering a day. Take care, Paul. Appreciate that. Take care, Jim. Definitely, yeah. Very bizarre theory. How does that work? Like I mentioned, in that's the only thing I could really process was that I put enough energy into the object to where it kept it cloaked, it kept it hidden from people's energy field. So if it's hidden from their energy field, then even their eyes are not going to recognize that there's something there. Even if they're looking in that direction, it's going to overlook it because the energy isn't present with the object. It's like it's um, some type of protection, some type of not being seen, even though pink and clear as day. The sunglasses were black. I didn't have those for a long time. I had them maybe for a week or two. They were real nice pair of glasses. I felt really bad for losing them. I still got the case they were given to me in though, and and yeah, I like those I didn't have on. So my energy wasn't impressed in it. So I couldn't protect it. I couldn't keep it protected from a distance. I couldn't keep it cloaked to. Um, but it was specifically to new things and old things was the separation. New things stay lost, old things I find. And yeah, that's the best I can give on that. I haven't um I mean, I don't know, throw it in the ball ballpark of return to sender. What's your energy is going to come back to you. Doesn't if it doesn't belong to anybody, it's going to come right back to you. If nobody claims that energy, it's going to come right back to you. Somewhere in that ballpark, somewhere in that range, perhaps. Okay, now Owen, when you're if you're always losing something, like around your house, okay, if you're always losing stuff, just like misplacing stuff or whatever, and you know that it was in your room. All right, I'm just gonna throw out a oh, and I'm just going to throw out an idea, a fictional situation, but might be real. You you lose something in your room, you misplace something in your room. You know for a fact you brought it into the room. You know for a fact you did not take it out of the room, but you cannot find it to save your life. You can't find it anywhere. If that's the type of situation that's happening, then I'm going to tell you exactly what to do, and I'll be happy to hear your results. You have fairies that love you. Fairies are mischievous by nature, but in the beginning, they're trying to get your attention. So the next time, and if you get good results, you'll do it afterwards too, which you will. But the next time something goes missing in that kind of situation, become calm, adjust your emotions to calm as much as you can. Might not be able to get all the way there. That's okay. But at least in a calm mannerism, in a firm way, please return whatever the said object is. Please return to me. This is not funny anymore. I am not happy. I have things I need to do. Please return said object to me. And what happens for me is something will catch my eye. Something will take my, perhaps even if I'm looking right in front of me. I didn't see the item there, but something will grab my eye. And I'll go look over there or something real quick. No, nothing there. I'll come back. Whoa, it was right there in front of me the whole time. How did I not see it? It was not in front of me the whole time. The fairies took it and they'll return it too. This is how we start to learn how to communicate with them. This is how we start to realize that they are truly there. This is personal proof. And I went through so many of those over and over, just like that. Just like that. Just be firm and be calm when you say it. And it's a kind, it's a firm yet kind, respectable demand. We're requesting it. Please throw the please in there. Pleases are important, but we are requesting more than demanding. But the firmness is where the demand is felt, not to be like not a bad demand. You know what you know. Hopefully, kind of you're in the ballpark range of what I'm talking about. Assertiveness, good word, good word. Yeah, assertiveness. Yep, say it assertively. Correct, correct, correct. But calmly, yeah. There, you got it. You got it. Do it like that. Seriously, and you'll watch the object show up within moments. It's not going to take you all day or the next day. They'll pop it up right back for you. They're trying to interact with you. So on that account, like Owen, like you have a journey available to you, and you don't even have to leave your home. The journey can start right there. Um, they're just waiting for your interaction. They're there always. They're always there. My grandfather, I remember he'd lose his keys all the time, and the fairies were trying to interact with him the whole time. But because of his life, because of the social grouping and so forth and so on, he couldn't entertain that without looking or sounding crazy. Our past had massive limitations on our lives, but
we don't live 40 years ago. We live in a new, different things are going on in our world now. And so that means there's a lot of options on the table that were not available years before. That's different expertises, different subjects, all sorts of things to get into or involved with. And that's to one's own accord that they would like to. Getting into the ancient ways really it gave me a new passion in life, a new thing to get into, something I didn't know everything about. And it's always interesting and a wonderful experience to learn more. Anybody normal is abnormal to me. Ha 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 ha. I love you, Owen. You're pretty. I like that. It's a new. It's a different way of processing that information. I like that. I like that. Thank you, Owen. Thank you for providing some material there. I do appreciate that. Well, this is uh, this is about the third or fourth time I felt like it. And so I'm gonna go ahead and jump off a little earlier today than 9 o'clock. Um, I'm feeling that, and maybe I keep up going till 9 a.m. But I gotta definitely rearrange my sleep and um, or catch up on my sleep. That's most definitely what I've got to do is catch up on my sleep. And once I get my sleep rebalanced out, knocking it out because I woke up what 1? Yeah, I'm waking up at 1:30 now, 1:30 in the morning. So that's changed some things, and I my sleep really hasn't changed as far as like my bedtime goes. So that's pretty important. And since sleep was a major theme of today, if you got some sleep to catch up on, by all means, do it. Much love, many blessings, and until we see you tomorrow, I'll be here 3:33 a.m. A little bit earlier than that. We can jump on and start going over some blessings to the Divine Mother in English. A couple of those to all set and Kenemet, to all set and to Sekhmet, and then we were able to do that yesterday and today. And then at 3:33, boom, we strike the gong, start going over the words of power, the mantras, stotras, the multitude of blessings all the way around. And that's Eastern Standard Time, just in case you're wondering. Or I'm not going to say the GMT because I need to relook. I need to look it up. In any case, until we see you then, Donna Degwai, much love and many blessings.